What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's double 10. It's 3-0 Adrian Gray for double 8 for Simon Whitlock to complete the comeback. Double 11 for the match. Double 11 for 3-0 win.
Keegan.
20 for tops. The way he starts stand up, he needed something to aside, and he's kind of got that. And he's got the tops. Tops. For a third win for Steve Beaton. And this was a comprehensive 3-0 win. Double 8. Hello, good afternoon. Fridays were made for darting, and here at the Modus Super Series we have got 2 sessions full of live darts for you between now and around about 1 a.m. This afternoon we're going to see Group C come to a close. Neil Duff and Steve Beaton are in a very strong position to progress their way through to Saturday night once again here at the Live Lounge. Lots of work for the rest of the field to do. Matthew Edgar is alongside me in the studio throughout the duration of the days. Actually, before we talk about what we're going to see ahead, I just want to get your thoughts on the week as a whole and what we've seen at Double Trouble 3 so far.
Entertainment. That's the top, middle and bottom of it so far. This has been a great week and we expect it. And that's why we do these special weeks as well. You know, we can have a stellar lineup like we've got. We've got the different format. We've got the shorter format. We've got Jeopardy. We've ramped that up. And then we've put some of the best players that we've got access to and left them to battle it out. And entertainment is the key. Last night, Group B got underway. And, well, we're none the wiser, are we? All 5 players on 4 points. It's effectively going to be a knockout night tonight, really, isn't it? Well, what did I just say? We're taking the best players that haven't got a tour card at the moment. We're pitting them against each other over a short format. And this is what you expect. The whole group's separated by just 5 legs. And there's not as many variables. You know, we talk about a best of 7 format being short. It's best of 5. You can only really have that sort of 3-leg bonus in regards to winning, and that's if you win clean. We don't have the same situation where you're going to be going equal throw and against the darts, where you're doing 4 legs. We've got advantages here and more chances of getting some 3-0 scorelines because you've only got to find the 1 break if you're the person throwing first. So lots of extra variables, high quality, so I'm not surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that again. Robert Thornton broke the all-time record for a double-in, double-out average, 108 in his game against series. And actually, this was 4 legs, which actually probably makes the average a little bit more impressive. And I think what made it most impressive for me was the fact it wasn't a perfect performance. You know, you'd expect with someone who averages so high that he'd be in first start, out first start, and then everything in between just sort of worked together. But actually, you can see there, 3 from 7 on the doubles for Robert Thornton, just a 42%, which when you're hitting that 108 average, you think that may be a bit higher. So potentially, it could have been even better for Robert Thornton, but he'd be delighted with that. And when Robert Thornton came, we wasn't sure. We didn't know what Robert Thornton was going to be playing like. He didn't know what Robert Thornton was going to turn up, but he'll be up for the battle now after them sort of performances. Well, this afternoon's all about Group C. This is how the land lies following the first day's worth of play. Neil Duff and Steve Beaton, well, their streets clear of the rest of the field. Neil Duff picking up a maximum 5 wins. Steve Beaton, 4 wins out of 5. Adrian Gray, Simon Whitlock with work to do on 4 points. Keegan and Mark Dudbridge picked up just the solitary win yesterday. Now, we spoke to Neil in the studio at the end of the session yesterday, and he said whatever happened in Group A, that was an irrelevance for him. And he played like a man with a fresh mindset yesterday, didn't he? He was very good. Very good. He seemed settled with the darts that he chose. He had a mission. His partner's coming to join him, and he wants to be in the crowd and have her watching him rather than sat next to her. Things like that just give you extra motivation, drive, because you don't want them to be here and, you know, well, let's sit together and enjoy the darts. I want you to watch me win. and not just win the whole week. He wants to tick another thing off here. Now, I suggested 12 points would be enough to get through this Group C. I really do firmly stand by that, even now halfway through looking at the table. And he's in a position where his first game is against the guy at the bottom of the table. If he can come out and win this game, I said yesterday, this is a double whammy. Beat him at the end of yesterday, beat him at the start of the day. I think he's through before anyone gets on the board.
Steve Beaton, 4 wins from 5. Did something begin to click into gear yesterday?
He's always capable, isn't he, Steve Beaton? The players will know that. He'll still have that fear factor. He's still got that aura. And in this group now, when you're trying to chase someone down, when you're hoping someone's going to make a slip, Steve Beaton's not the guy you want to be chasing. You want someone who just looks maybe a little vulnerable at times. Not Steve. He's far too consistent with flashes of brilliance, as we saw yesterday when he beat Simon Whitlock with 100 average. And we look at that, and we said at the start of the week, you're not going to see 100 averages this week. This isn't a week for that. It's double start. I think we've probably seen more 100 averages this week than we do in a regular.
We said it was the best lineup ever, and I think it's actually showing up to be that case. Let's have a look at the odds then and see what the bookies think. There's no surprises, is there? Perhaps the biggest surprise is Mark is only 150 to 1.
I think the biggest surprise is that they've priced up all 6 players, because I think realistically we're looking at potentially 3. Adrian Gray had patches yesterday, but he's probably going to have to do the card. He's going to have to beat both Beaton and Duff. And that's the thing you've got to remember. If you're looking at anyone but Steve Beaton and Neil Duff, you're going to take Whitlock, Gray, you're looking at them and think they have to beat the top 2. And I think the top 2 yesterday were head and shoulders above the rest. So there's going to be 2 things need to happen. The 2 at the top's going to have to drop down. The players at the bottom are going to have to pick it up, and then they're going to meet somewhere in the middle.
It is 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Friday afternoon, where everything now is looking ahead to Saturday night's finale at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Double Trouble 3 is coming to its close. The qualification stage is coming to an end, and what a lineup and what a week we've seen so far.
My word! Tops for the screamer. What a finish from Leonard. But there is no problems here for Robert Thornton.
Double Trouble 2, week champion.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
And sometimes it's the biggest moments that make
You got to be kidding. Oh, that's cruelty from Neil Duff.
So, game 1 sees top and bottom go head-to-head as Mark Dudbridge takes on Neil Duff. These two having a contrasting Thursday. Neil Duff picking up maximum points, 5 wins from 5. As for Mark Dudbridge, it did not go to plan whatsoever for him. He did pick up 1 win, but he knows that he's probably not going to qualify today. If anything, it looks like the qualification position could be set in this group. The 52-year-old from Bristol, twice a weekly semi-finalist here. That's the CV he possesses. Up against the Duff man, himself aged 52. But 2 players whose careers have reached different points despite being the same age. Neil has really come to prominence over the last 2-3 years since picking up that Lakeside title in the WDF system. Whereas Mark Dudbridge has been a man that's been around the block for, well, it was 20 years ago since he picked up his World Championship final appearance where he lost out to Phil Taylor. Paul Hinks is the
First leg
man in
match
charge of
first.
proceedings over the course of the day.
Game on.
And he calls Mark Dudbridge to the oche to kick off the day's action. And he kicks off on double 13. And now across to double 14.
No score.
He did put an interesting post out, didn't he, yesterday, Mark Dudbridge, on his social media platform. Says, okay, so here it is. Really let everyone down today at Modus. I'm not looking for people to say it'll be okay. I don't need that. I need to deal with this myself. Like everyone has things in their life which is not right. I've just played bad at darts. Not a big one. And do you know what? I think there's a lot we can read into that, really, because we had a really good extended conversation, didn't we, with Mark Dudbridge yesterday. And in that period of time, he was saying that he doesn't get down too much anymore.
No
If
score.
it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. It's essentially just a game of darts. It's no longer his life, it's part of his life now.
83. No score.
Well, this isn't the start that Neil Duff would have been wanting. Giving Mark Dudbridge an opportunity to get settled in here.
85.
Well, this is everything that Mark Dudbridge would have wanted right at the very start. He just needs something where he could just have an air of comfortability about himself.
Needs. That's the key word. He needs a good start to the day.
No score.
But Neil Duff, 12 darts in. He's persistent in trying to hit this tops, but can't get in. And Mark Dudbridge may be getting himself back on track here. We look at the back end of yesterday. He didn't get a dart at a double in his last 3 matches.
60.
And he's sort of stumbling and stuttering towards the line. But Neil Duff is in. The chase is on.
120. $100.
So Dudbridge first 2 are finished. Duff may have to concede
41.
the opening leg.
Mark the car, 140.
I think he'd have probably conceded it quite a bit back, and any opportunity he's going to get is all going to be down to Dudbridge mistakes rather
35.
than Neil Duff brilliance, because he's got quite a lot to make up here. Maximum still leaves him at arm's reach.
60.
But he does have a big
Mario
lead, doesn't he,
Kart,
on the table?
105.
6 points gap between him and a qualifying position at the moment.
For the first leg with a
89.
topper, but the double 60 doesn't go for flash.
$60. Mark the car, 16.
So 2 8s.
That's a bit tricky.
No score.
Yeah, no way through there. Did the right thing, moved across to the right-hand side to try and open it up, but the issue there is just overshooting. That's what he's done there. Stumbling to the line.
60.
In what
Mark the car,
appears to be a
16.
bit of a freebie.
It's double 8.
Game shown
In
the
it goes
first leg, Mark
eventually.
Dudbridge.
Dudbridge leads by leg to 0. Not a classic
Second leg,
first
Neil
leg.
Duff
I
first.
promise you,
Game on.
you have my promise. It will get better.
Yeah, for Neil, once you start missing on
60.
the double start, once you get like 6 darts, 9 darts in, you kind of resign yourself to the fact that the leg is pretty much gone. And it did have that sort of feel that he was sort of chasing him,
32.
trying to fight a fight that he'd already lost on that occasion. Will need to break the throw of Mark Dudbridge at some point, and you don't get too
97.
many opportunities in this format.
Yeah, it was a little bit like a boxer that was waiting for his corner to throw the towel in, wasn't he? Not that he has that throw the towel mentality in him, but
85.
he would have expected the referee to close the fight off if it was a boxing match. In terms of yesterday, though, Neil Duff was head and shoulders above anybody else.
60.
For the day, he averaged 90.24, which over 5 games in this format is very, very good. In fact, he was a whole 10 points above the next best player in terms of their overall daily average, and that was Steve Beaton.
140.
He's doubling so much better than anybody else. 15 out of 30, 50% in terms of his doubling out. He was just streets ahead of the opposition, and there's no surprise that
100.
he looks on the cusp of qualifying with a fair bit of time in this group to go. 6 points, the gap between him and Adrian Gray in third at the beginning of the day.
60.
12 darts thrown, and they are locked level. Sometimes it can be quite hard, though, isn't it, when you come
100.
into a day like this, like Neil Duff is, where you feel like the job's almost done and you've just got to almost try and force the focus, force yourself to try and get every single win,
57.
even when
Neil
you
Duff,
maybe don't
84.
feel like it's as essential.
Well, you're almost fighting the devil within you that thinks that you're through and you're pretty much there, but you're trying to keep that focus and concentration.
59. Mark Duff, 127.
Very famous finish, Paul Hinks. The ball.
96.
Well, the
Neil
1-2-7
Duff,
game isn't going to
25.
go. Neil Duff to level the game. Look at the 25. 2-8s.
Getting shot on the second leg, Neil
Duff
Duff.
levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg Mark to throw
That'll
first.
give him
Game on.
some confidence, that will, Neil Duff. It's not quite gone right for him as things stand, but when you're going out nice and clean, it will give you a little bit of confidence that you can get out in the right situations. And it's the
79.
checkouts, it's the finishes that build that confidence and that belief. Mark Dudbridge in again, nice and early. We said Neil Duff is going to have to break the throw at some point.
60.
Well, Dudbridge making it tricky for him.
And you feel like for Mark, it's going to be small steps forward today. But
140.
there are early indications that maybe there are steps forward for him.
$60.
This is the concern here for Neil Duff. Being a bit reactive, isn't he? We didn't see this yesterday. We saw that steely, focused aggression within his game. And right now,
140.
a little bit reactive, a little bit disconnected from things, and starting to get a couple of flyers, a couple of floaters in there.
125. Mark Duff,
This leg's all about Mark
142.
Dudbridge. Good leg. Back-to-back 140s.
$65.
Is there also a toughness about the situation that Neil may feel like there's no way he could lose this game because of how Mark played yesterday, that
60. Mark Duff,
actually you try a bit
77.
harder because you feel like this is a match that you should be winning no matter what the circumstance, based on what happened yesterday.
37.
I think the issue Neil Duff's having here is when Mark Dudbridge is making the misses and making the mistakes, he's nowhere to be seen, and that's frustrating as well when you feel like you're not even
60.
giving yourself a chance,
Mark
even
Duff,
now.
40.
If Dudbridge doesn't take this out, Neil Duff, a lot of work to do.
30. Neil Duff, 136.
136 for Neil Duff. Another one of them. Diverts the other side. That's probably a dart that's summed up this opening
78.
performance so far
Mark Duff,
for him.
10.
Dudbridge will come back looking at double 5 to open up a 2-1 advantage. Double 2. Oh, just squeezes in.
Getting shot on the third leg, Mark Dudbridge.
It wasn't the most comfortable of darts, but it almost as if it was hung in by
Fourth
the
leg Neil to
wire.
throw first. Game on.
I think Neil Duff was thinking he was coming back there. Thought he may have had another opportunity.
$80. $40.
Well, he's doubling in okay in this game, Mark. 5-3-1-2. The number of darts he's needed to get into a leg in this contest. Neil,
100.
after that disaster of leg 1, has got in on his first turn 2.
$57. $60.
Plenty of room.
180.
Didn't hit a single 180 yesterday, Mark Dudbridge. He's already put that one right. And that's awkward. That's tricky. Surprised he tried to force a way through there. There was other targets on the board that could have helped him out. He's in trouble. He's in big trouble.
Well, suddenly, the chasing pack right
100.
in behind are looking at this and sensing opportunity. Okay, Duff has still got a bit of a cushion in if he loses this game.
65.
But you know the experience of the players who are in that practice room. They'll see this result and they'll say maybe there's a bit of vulnerability about Neil because of the player that he's possibly on the cusp
56.
of losing to.
Neil the car 170.
Just not firing. Just not there, Neil Duff, at the moment. He's just got to hit and hope now.
81. Mark Lucar 68.
So Dudbridge 68 to claim what will be just his second win. His previous victory was against Simon Whitlock yesterday.
28.
But he's now missed a dart to get the better of Neil
89.
Duff, who himself may only get a poke at the bullseye to take us all the way to a last leg decider. The bullet is
64. Mark Lucar 40.
goes a begging, and so Dudbridge double top. And now double 10.
30.
But
Neil the car
opportunities have come to
25.
pass. 4 match-winning chances have come to pass for Flash. And so Duff here, looking at 25 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. 1 double 12.
Game shown the
Into
fourth
the
leg,
corner
Neil
and
Duff.
into a last leg decider we go.
A look of
Fifth and final leg mark
relief
to
there
serve
for Neil
first.
Duff.
Game on.
He knows he should be off the stage now, licking his wounds and trying to recover for the day. But again, Mark Dudbridge, no problems getting in. First dart.
65.
In some sense, if Neil Duff wins this, it'll be seen as bonus points because he shouldn't be winning this game. He has no right to win this game.
No score.
Now he's in big trouble. Bonus darts for Dudbridge.
59.
Not too much damage made there. Neil Duff will feel he can still make this up. Inviting.
No score.
Well, is this game going to be bookended by legs where Neil Duff struggles to get away? Took him 13 darts to get going in the opening leg of the match. And after a couple
44.
of visits, he's not away. And Dudbridge, even though he hasn't scored greatly, has still got a big advantage. Duff is off, but you sense he needs to be perfect with this turn.
103.
Yeah, we can make that up. Dudbridge not really finding anything yet to find a treble. Maybe still counting up those missed darts, those missed opportunities. Nice
79.
switch. Nice pick off there. Forces Neil Duff to find at least a 140.
98.
Well, he's closing the gap. But there's just not too much time left.
92.
Big pick off of the last dart. I know it doesn't leave himself on a finish, but Neil Duff was really, really lurking down his neck. And
60.
now Dudbridge has just got a little bit of time and space. 6 darts on 162 to complete a 3-2 win. He missed 4 darts, remember, in the previous leg to get over the line.
55.
Well, Dudbridge got off with the opening dart. And after 18 darts, he's still on a big finish here. What timing that is there from Neil Duff to get himself down to a 2-dart combo. Now, Mark Dudbridge, who looked comfortable at one point, has to hit this, you feel. It's not going to go. Duff will get match darts, but on the
55.
target, you
Neil
feel,
Ducar,
he's been
60.
struggling on to get in.
Evaded 4 darts in the previous leg to lose. Looked a long way back in this deciding leg.
20.
Neil Duff,
Mark
40,
Ducar,
found a
52.
way, but he's missed 2 opportunities himself to cross the line. And so Mark Dudbridge will get more match darts Well, he needs to hit a big number. He finds the 19, double 16 to seal it.
36. Neil Lucar, 40.
Neil Duff must be scratching his head as to how he's in this position. But he's left himself on double top to win a game, which Mark Dudbridge at times has looked all but the victor of. Double 5. And once again, he just steps back to recompose. And usually when he does that, he finds the target.
Getting shown the match,
and
Neil
he finds the target there. And Neil Duff moves on to 12 points. And he must feel in his mind that he is oh so close to qualifying for the finals. He's not overly pleased with something. I'm not quite sure what that little exchange was all about, but Neil Duff beats Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2, and the Double Trouble 1 champion is on the cusp of qualifying for Saturday again. We're going to take a break, and when we return, Adrian Gray takes on Keegan Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2 to kick off Friday afternoon's proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Match 2 sees Keegan Brown and Adrian Gray go toe-to-toe on the Live Lounge stage. Adrian can move on to 6 points of win here. Just a couple off of Steve Beaton, who has the other qualification spot. And he does take on Steve in the second round of matches, the 3-time semi-finalist here. Up against Keegan Brown from Newport on the Isle of Wight. The Needle is looking to get stuck into the action here. on this Friday, having picked up just one success on Thursday. And having spoken to him after the session finished, he basically said, well, it was double trouble by name and double trouble by nature for him yesterday. He just really struggled to, at pivotal points, just find that get-off that he needed as quickly as possible. He just felt like a lot of the time he was playing decent stuff, but maybe he was just finding himself chasing a little bit.
Well, these two are chasing, aren't they, now, in regards to a qualification place? Neil Duff pretty much there now. He's on 12 points. If one of these two are going to join,
108.
they're going to have to go some today. Probably win all the games, but certainly have to beat the players at the top. Very, very important game here for the pair.
And that's probably what Keegan was categorising right there in his first visit of the day. Adrian Gray off first start now has an advantage because Keegan cannot get off straight away.
85.
And when you're throwing first as well, like Adrian Gray is, and your opponent doesn't go off, it's like opening with a max. It's like opening with a 180.
56.
And when you're in that situation in normal sort of 501 straight start darts, you open with a max, you've got the throw you expect to win.
100.
Adrian Gray did give us one of the better performances of the day yesterday, an average of 92.96. However, the irony
58.
is he actually lost that game.
Yeah, he lost that game despite having an average nearly 13 points higher than Neil Duff. But what
100.
Neil did so well in that particular contest was he had the darts in that game and he used it as a major advantage for him. And that's exactly what Adrian's doing here. Keegan off to a slow start against
60.
the throw.
Adrian
Leaving himself on
108.
108 after 12. And he's got plenty of time to take this opening leg out. Triple 19 leaves double 16. Just clips off the flight of dart 1 and diverts wide into the treble 7. But it's not going to be a big disaster because Keegan
60.
needs a max to even leave himself in a handy position, just to leave himself on a finish of any description.
It's the same sort of scenario, isn't it, we saw in the first game where player
Adrian
going against the
48.
darts just loses too much ground and you're sort of throwing, kind of knowing the race has run.
16 for the double, now up for 8.
Getting shown the first leg.
Credit to
Adrian Gray.
Keegan, he actually hit the max to leave himself on a finish, but it was rendered irrelevant anyway. Adrian Gray getting the double 8 and
Keegan
getting the
through
first leg of the
first. Game on.
contest.
We look at the players in the top two positions, Neil Duff and Steve Beaton. Steve Beaton coming up next. He's taking on Simon Whitlock. We've already seen Neil Duff extend his lead over the qualifying places after scraping
51.
through against an underwhelming Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2. But Adrian Gray, when we take a look at the daily numbers and we compare that to that of Steve Beaton, who is in a qualifying place, currently 4 points clear of the cut-off,
111.
there was only 0.13 of a point between Adrian Gray's performance and Steve Beaton's.
134.
Steve Beaton was able to convert that into extra points. That's just that gameplay, isn't it? He's actually very good on the checkouts as well, Adrian Gray.
140.
41%, 10 from 24. So there's lots of positives. And this is what we're saying, isn't it? Every time when you have a day like Adrian Gray's done, if
140.
you evaluate it and you go, I left a bit out there, you come back and you focus on the negative. But there's so many positives for Adrian Gray to pick out yesterday that he maybe believes he can do what we're suggesting here, which is
100.
go and win 5 games today, book yourself a place on Saturday night.
I don't think he's ever been a player that's lacked in self-belief, but I always think he's very honest about where his
100.
game is at. I had a chat
Adrian
with him
Carr,
yesterday, and
150.
he said so far this year there's been 1 or 2 decent bits, but it's just not been up to the level that he would say would get him right to the very top of the amateur level of the game. He went 3 bullseyes there for the 150. Keegan had a bit of an inquisitive look on his
40.
face.
Keegan Carr, 76.
Maybe if he was sat in this commentary box, he wouldn't have recommended it. Double 4.
Getting shot on the
And if
second
he was
leg,
in this
Keegan
commentary
Brown.
box, he'd say good darts. 1-1.
Third leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
So level we are, 1 apiece. Keegan could be the real spoiler, couldn't he, in this group of anybody?
51.
Because he's back on 2 points. But if he can just click into gear a little bit, he could just pinch points off of people, which may just cost them if they are to make a surge up the table.
Well, he can still do it
32.
himself. Before a dart was thrown, everyone had odds available that they could win the group. So mathematically, no one eliminated. We will let you know all the twists and turns in regards to the
45.
league table, who's in, who's out, who can qualify, all the different mathematics, so you can just sit and enjoy your darts.
We can enjoy it,
79.
but I'm sure the players up there that's going through the rigmarole won't.
Well, absolutely not. It's one of those things, when you play in this sort of environment, you love it beforehand, you love the
100.
build-up, you love the afterwards, especially if you've won. But when you're actually up there, it's not as fun as you think it is.
Well, Mark Dudbridge just said it in an interview we did with him yesterday, which you'll hear on
100.
Pluto TV before too long. He said he enjoys the bits before and he enjoys the bits after, but the playing part is still a little bit stressful.
$105. $57.
So great here, 6 darts and 200 to open up a 2-1 lead.
$72.
Just stalling a little bit here, Adrian. Got up to a really good start, but it just looks like he's almost hit a bit of a brick wall. I don't quite know what to
63.
describe it.
Adrian car 128.
In normal circumstances, you'd look and say maybe a little bit inconsistent, but I think it's kind of an unfair sort of assessment, because normally you wouldn't really assess a game at this point of the match. You wouldn't say after 2 legs, oh, he's being inconsistent. But the problem is with this format, we're halfway through the match. You don't have time. It doesn't suit the
88.
slow starter.
Adrian car 170.
You're in or you're off.
Put it this way, if we were talking about averages in leg 2 of a contest, we'd say, what are you on about? But leg 2 may well be the 2 first point of a particular game. Okay, here looking at
96.
tops.
Adrian car 40.
And usually in a normal Super Series week, this would be to put himself halfway towards victory. But if he can find this double 10,
Getting shot on the third leg.
he can win the
Adrian Gray.
match with 1 more leg. And Keegan Brown, usually in a normal situation, have a chance to
Fourth
take
leg,
it to the
Keegan
halfway
to throw
point right
first.
now.
Game on.
But he's out throwing to stay in the contest. It's amazing how a change of just 1 leg in terms of format can make such a major difference in how a game can be dictated.
No score.
When it's a longer format, the odd leg here and there probably doesn't make a big difference. But when you're playing short course stuff, just a smallish change
108.
just completely turns the dynamic of a match.
That
152.
is how you rescue the situation. Keegan Brown missing 3 darts to get off, and then a maximum visit. That's how you get your throw straight back. Moment of quality there for Keegan Brown, and we said yesterday, didn't we? We said last night, you're just
100.
looking for that one spark. Ted Everts takes out 110. His night changed. You just need sometimes to see something on the board that just resonates.
100.
Makes you believe.
Yep, that Group B with all 5 players tied on 4 points. We'll be watching the conclusion of that from 10 o'clock this evening on Pluto TV.
99.
Then tomorrow night, the finals live from 7:30 p.m. Will also be played over the better 5 format. There won't be an
120.
increase to the normal better 7 just because it's the Saturday. Same format throughout the course of the week to give as fair advantage to the players as possible. Keegan looking at 129 to
140.
square this game up at 2-2.
29.
May need to go, though. Massive power play there from Adrian. Great. Treble 20 for the ball. Not going to go. That's where that big power play, that big
64.
140 is really going to come into play
54.
here. Adrian Gray be expecting to get 2 match darts here.
This will reduce the gap to 2 points, and he's got Steve Beaton to play in the next
Each on the
round. It's a
match,
perfect
Adrian
start
Gray.
to the day for Adrian Gray. He wraps up a 3-0 win against Keegan Brown. A really good performance as well. 14 darts to round it off, average of just under 89. The doubling in was decent. It was in first visit every single leg. The doubling out was okay as well. And Adrian Gray has just said to the top 2 that he is still there and still lurking. Coming up after the break, Steve Beaton takes on Simon Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We are 2 games down on this Friday afternoon, and before the break we saw Adrian Gray get the better of Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 1. Match 3 of our session sees Steve Beaton and Simon Whitlock go head to head. For Steve, he has just seen Adrian Gray move to within a couple of points of him. A win here, though, would see him on 10 and would see him have a bit of a cushion ahead of their meeting in Game 6 of the session. The 60-year-old from North Walsham, runner-up of the Legends League in his previous Super Series appearance. The Bonsadonis looking to go one better this time around. Up against Simon Whitlock, for which this stage hasn't quite had happy memories so far. Lost in a semi-final when he had his Super Series appearance, and he's going to need a big day today and probably going to have to win this opening game if he's going to stand any chance of progressing through to tomorrow night's final. A meeting of 2 of the real big stars that dropped off tour at the back end of 2024. Steve Beaton electing to step away from the professional circuit, whilst Simon Whitlock, of course, lost his card after 15 years on the PDC professional circuit. It's Beaton to get us underway, and he knows really if he can win his opening couple of matches, it could well be job done before too long.
Yeah, but one of the people in that chasing pack is Simon Whitlock, and vice versa. Simon Whitlock will feel here a win, and he's back in it. He's back within 2 points then of Steve Beaton. This is a crucial head-to-head. Steve Beaton wins this, and we could pretty much have this written off quite early today. Whitlock wins it. It's game on.
The only person that sat back enjoying this is Neil Duff, because the cushion he's got at the top of the table, effectively, it should not matter what anybody else does for the rest of the day. As long as he continues to do his job and do it okay, he should be through. And whatever happens below him will be rendered irrelevant from his perspective.
140. $97.
And I don't think it's unfair to say
96.
that for both of these players, not making it through to Saturday would be deemed a failure because of their high CV, because of their high standing in the game, and because of the expectations that have been put of them in this building this year.
And because Neil Duff's already on 12 points, they both can't go through. One of them is going to fall at this stage. And they've been here all week, and that's disappointing. When you're here for a full
49.
week, the last thing you want to do
Car 145.
is not make the Saturday, because that's where you make it pay. That's where you make your big bucks.
65.
These are 2 men that are well versed to the big check days here. Not yet to catch the big one, the pair yet.
96. Samuel Car
2
80.
men with ranking titles over a number of years on the professional circuit. Whitlock looking at 80. Maybe a little part of the top corner. There's not much he can find.
60.
And that may have headed on target,
80.
bar for the deflection off a dart 1. Beaton looking for the exact same combination, but he's got 75 left, and he's got a bullseye himself.
31.
And as you could see, he was trying to float it over the top, but he was unable to find of any kind of accuracy whatsoever. And so Whitlock will return for double 10. And again had to shuffle across because the target's obscured.
Game
But
on
this
the
time
first leg,
finds.
Simon Whitlock.
And Whitlock gets a crucial break at the beginning of this contest.
Second leg, Simon to through first. Game on.
He has been guilty, hasn't he, Steve Beaton, this week, of starting a little bit slow.
146.
Game number 1, giving away a few opportunities, and you'll feel like he's done the same there, sort of handing his throw to Simon Whitlock.
111. $121.
Stepping it up here, Simon Whitlock. He's having chances, and this is something that players like as well. They just want to...
140.
You want to know. You don't want to do something on one day, then have to do it again. You just want to go in, know what you need to do. And that's what Simon is in that position today. Chasing down the top players. He's kind of in a good position. Simon, it's in his own hands because Simon's second game is Neil Duff, the man on the top of the table. And we said if anyone's going to dislodge them, you have to beat both. You might as well do it early. You might as well know if you've got that hope, if you've got that opportunity from your opening couple of matches, and it's in his own hands. Awkward, yeah. Don't know if it'd have found a way into that bullseye. It would have had to have shuffled right the way across. Throwing it over Paul Hinks's head potentially, I think, to try and get that one in.
And he's been through enough without having a dart throw possibly at his head.
Samukar 68.
Whitlock looking at 68 for a 2-0 lead. Double 16.
36.
Not to be, and so Beaton will come back 56. To break back.
Game shot on the second leg,
what a piece.
He'll be happy with that. Simon Whitlock went in strong, hit a
140. Third leg Steve to throw first.
Got half the leg done in the opening 6. So a big breaker throw there for Steve Beaton. Dug in deep when he needed to. You saw what Simon Whitlock thought of that.
No score.
Sigh, a shake of the head at the back of the stage. A man who's been hit with everything over the last couple of years. Maybe feeling like it's happening again. Sometimes you can feel like that. You almost feel like
51.
Even though you don't like to use the word, you almost think you're just becoming very unlucky in situations. People always seem to do the right things against you. And that's the pattern that you can start to tell yourself that ultimately gets you into a very negative place.
And is there fear for players like Simon Whitlock? They think, oh, here we go again. Because once they drop off tour, I can imagine there's probably a reset button. I'm now coming to 60. A different level where I should get better results. But the same thing happens here than what's happening on the Pro Tour. Does your mind then suddenly revert back from this positive
40.
New thing that could happen in my career to the same thing that's happened for the last 2-3 years, just happening all over again?
Although had a bit of a bonus here, though. Again, Steve Beaton unable to get in, got in with a 9th
41.
dart. So Simon will be expecting to win this leg. But we was here, wasn't we, in leg number 2. Steve Beaton hung in.
54.
Rode the wave, weathered the storm.
$134.
This is the last game of the first lap of fixtures. Neil Duff, Adrian Gray picking up points so far today at the expense of Keegan Brown and Mark Dudbridge, who are going to be taking each other on in the next game in a bit of a head-to-head. Both of those players down at the bottom end of the table on 2 points apiece. Maybe 59. A mathematical chance if everything goes the way, but you feel they're playing for places.
Agreed. Whitlock looking for the third consecutive break in this contest.
99. Samukar 156.
Beaton struggling to get away, although he's scored okay to keep himself in touching distance, but it's the fact he got in 9 darts that has given Whitlock such a
47.
seemingly unassailable advantage, but it could be an advantage which could be whittled away if Beaton can find a couple of trebles here. Because apart from the 134 score, Whitlock has done nothing in terms of scoring in this leg. But nonetheless, he still has 6 darts on 109. You may only need the 3. Double 16.
77.
Does not go.
Dream situation though for Simon. It's a double he's been wanting to start on. It's a double he's chosen. Favourite double.
60. Samukar 32.
To get that breaker throw. To get control.
Getting shot on the third leg.
Control he has. Because he now has the darts to seal a 3-1 win. And suddenly Steve Beaton's in a little bit of trouble.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
And that was exactly what he wanted. Get away, first dart, pile it upon your opponent.
111.
Right from the get-go.
Exactly the same as last time. Broke the throw, kicked off 111, backed it up with a 140 on that occasion. Steve Beaton is in. But he's already lost ground. That's what this format tends to do.
$46.
But he hasn't been scoring great as Simon. And that's got to be something Steve Beaton looks at and thinks, well, I can punish that.
100.
Picks off a treble there. The leg's up in the offing now.
$115.
I said he hasn't found too many big scores, but that could be a two-treble turn at the perfect time for Simon Whitlock.
93.
And he's got 6 darts on this 229 to complete a 3-1 victory. Now really beginning to make his move. Maximum at the perfect time, and Steve Beaton's on the ropes.
Fifth of this campaign here for Simon Whitlock.
140.
He's going to be trying to leave that
49.
double 16, a target he's been so fond on across his campaign here at the Super Series. Oh, a bit of a slip. May only be the one. Persistent in leaving the double 16.
33.
But he's unable to get. Now, Steve Beaton's highest checkout this week is 135. Can he find it to save this match? It's a block bullseye.
85.
Bar for that dart,
16.
it could have been a different outcome. But for Simon Whitlock, 3 darts in his hand, a double 8. And suddenly things get a bit interesting, because that 3-1 win for Simon Whitlock means that Steve Beaton is unable to stretch away in second position. So Neil Duff on 12 points. He's pretty much home and hosed now. Beaton on 8, but Gray and Whitlock both on 6 points. And Steve Beaton has to play Adrian Gray in the next round of fixtures. But after the break, it's the bottom 2 that go head-to-head as Keegan Brown takes on Mark Dudbridge. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 3 games down on this Friday afternoon, and we have seen victories for Neil Duff, Adrian Gray and Simon Whitlock. That means that Neil Duff has got a 6-point gap to third position in the table, but Steve Beaton has been hauled back in, and he does take on Adrian Gray in the next round of fixtures. So let's get things started. Keegan Brown takes on Mark Dudbridge. It's game 4 of the day, and this a meeting between the bottom two. Now, Keegan won this game quite comprehensively yesterday by 3 legs to 0. But let's not talk about that one, and let's talk about this one, because Matthew Edgar is with me in the commentary box. And for Keegan, chance of
Looks like
4
Keegan
points
is through first.
probably
Game on.
won't be enough, but it might be enough just to make him a few places up the league standings, possibly.
He just wants to get to winning habits. He's got a year ahead of him this year. He'll be on the Challenge Tour in the next month or so over in Germany. He's going to want to try and get up there to get some Pro Tour call-ups. So he's got to start winning games. He's got to start building some confidence somewhere, and could be right here, right now. And that will make him feel good as well. He's missed an opportunity there. Maybe feels he's going to hand away a bit of advantage. Sees his opponent do the same, but these are wayward.
No score.
You could be frustrated, but you can understand if they miss close, but they weren't close.
And there was the reaction from
160.
Keegan Brown when he saw Mark Dudbridge get in. That was what he was probably fearful of. And that's what I think it is at the moment for Keegan Brown. I think he's just playing with a bit of fear.
152.
Is it one of those where you can keep a hold of good habits very well, but actually you keep hold of bad habits even quicker?
74.
Sometimes when you feel something sort of slipping away a little bit, you can want it too much, and all you notice and your fear is what you're losing, rather than sort of just taking
96.
stock of what's there at the moment and just going, okay, it's fine, there's lots of opportunity, I'll have another chance at the Pro Tour, I've still got plenty of years. Everyone sort of wants it
45.
yesterday.
Keegan is somebody who has burst onto the scene, winning the World Youth Championship. And there was expectation. I remember Rod Harrington at the 2015 World Championship. He played Adrian Lewis, and Rod Harrington said one day he will be world champion. And that's a big target to have on your back.
94. Keegan Carr 119.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great pick off there with the last start for Mark Dudbridge. That switch working well for him today over to the 18s. He found success in his opening game against Neil Duff in that area.
87.
Keegan Brown able to leave his favourite double. The double has been trying to start on. Treble 20 and ball, the option now for Mark Dudbridge. Not going to go. Keegan Brown, when he missed so
56.
many darts to get in,
Keegan
probably
Carr,
didn't think he'd be coming
52.
at double 16 with a handful of darts for the opening leg.
2 8s.
Getting shown the
And
first
Keegan
leg.
Brown
Keegan
one
Brown.
up. Bit of a pinch of an opening leg for the needle.
Second leg marks it through first.
Especially
Game
when you're
on.
struggling to get in, and Dudbridge open with that maximum score, the 160. It's one of the real key
60.
attributes, I'd say, at the moment for Mark Dudbridge. The double-in wasn't great in the opening game. 2 from 19. Scoring power's not quite been consistent, but one thing he's been very good at is getting in at the start of legs.
53.
When you do that, you're always going to just be applying that scoreboard pressure to your opponent. Make them feel like they're in a chase and in a race.
100. $60.
Mark in his previous game missed 17 darts at the outer ring to beat Neil Duff.
100.
Or in the game, shall I say, altogether, not to beat Neil Duff, but in the whole match.
I think there's one observation we can make, though, about Mark Dudbridge right now, and that is he does seem a lot more
99.
settled, a lot more fluent in the action on the throw, which just tells me that he's just struggling to disengage the mind at times. Ultimately, when
96.
the brain starts getting involved, that's where you start to get tight, you start to snatch at darts, you start pushing. We're seeing that a few times with some of the wayward ones. I thought that was brave.
140.
You see Dart 2 wobble there when the
Mark
third one
145.
hit. He was tempted to go downstairs. You saw the arm move, and then he ended up staying up. Could have knocked that out the treble 20.
57.
Could have been going
Keegan
Gary
Ricard,
Anderson versus
149.
Phil Taylor-esque.
For the break. Number 19 isn't going to be located, and so Dudbridge may
80.
just get a dart
Mark
ball
Ricard,
here
88.
to level up at 1 apiece. Just really looked like he had a little bit of time on his side in that leg. Treble 17. That's bounced out of the treble 3.
18.
And so Brown comes
Keegan
back for
Ricard,
69 to get the break and open up a 2-love lead. Double 18.
Game
2-0.
show on the second leg, Keegan Brown.
That was a great dart, and a great dart for a couple of reasons. The big one there.
Third leg, Keegan to throw
He
first.
just
Game on.
caught it as the camera came across. The passing of the dart from the left hand to the right, he fumbled the dart. He didn't get that clean passage. Now, with that, you may think about resetting,
66.
stepping back, coming back to the hockey. He carried on. I in my mind, I'm thinking, is this a rush shot? And he delivered.
80.
Possibly one of the best starts of the game so far. Once again, though, Dudbridge, no problems getting in.
59.
I just wonder with Keegan this year. Now, there's going to be players that have dropped off that have been established like Keegan, where we're going to judge a successful year based on results.
100.
But with Keegan, is it a bit different? We're not going to be judging on that. We're going to probably judge him on where his performances lie in terms of the way he's playing, maybe in terms of the fluency of the throw. He's spoken about his arthritis and how that can cause an
86.
issue for him too.
I think he's going to judge his season based on how much he enjoys it.
100.
Because at times you watch Keegan Brown and it looks like a guy who's playing himself. It looks like a guy in a bit of turmoil at times. And ultimately what you want to see is him just get up there and
59.
feel a bit fluent. He's just broke the throw away from Mark Dudbridge, and Dudbridge could be getting it straight back, and it's things like that that you recognise and frustrate you as a player.
100.
And luckily for Keegan, if he doesn't enjoy it, he can sit in a commentary box all day.
42. Mark
Dudbridge
Ricard,
got a bit of time here.
121.
Good leg here. Hat-trick of tons.
86.
Throwing quicker, isn't he, Mark Dudbridge here? Maybe resigning that it's not going the way he'd have wanted and just trying to essentially just, what we say, throw and
93.
be happy.
Mark Ricard, 35.
Just throw sounds easy.
Game show on the third leg.
Well, that's
Mark
much
Dudbridge.
better for Dudbridge. You get to break it back to 2-1. And look, there's no skirting over the
Fourth leg
fact
Mark
that
to throw
yesterday was a
first. Game on.
disaster for Mark Dudbridge. And so when you're in that situation where everything has all gone wrong, is it just bringing it back
No
to
score.
basis? And sometimes you try too hard to maybe change the formula because things were so drastic last time out.
And what will frustrate him as well is he probably just felt, okay, I've got a bit of fluency there, threw them a bit quicker, it worked for me.
36.
Comes to the hockey, misses 3 darts at a double, and he thinks, what is going on? You're always looking, you're finding, you're playing the game in your mind. The worst thing you can do is trying to work out the mechanics of your throw whilst you're
98.
trying to deliver. But he's picking a treble off with each throw at the moment, Mark Dudbridge, which is going to keep him ultimately competitive here. See that again,
140.
the sort of the misgrip from Keegan Brown. This throws a sign
60.
almost of nerves, adrenaline. That dart again, just really struggling to find the grip in the fingers, isn't he?
60.
Ultimately, when that happens, that's where you're going to struggle with the high and the low darts.
Now, the last couple of years, we've seen
96.
a player like Keegan drop off. Last year, it was kind of Bradley Brooks, who had his success, and then the last couple of years did not go to plan. It took Bradley a good 6 months to get himself back up and
95.
running again. But once he did get himself back up and running, he managed to move himself forward. Now, admittedly, there's probably more in play for Keegan than there is for Bradley. But we tend to see
82.
examples of players
Keegan
that struggle to
Ricard,
initially acclimatise
170.
to life post-tour, but then once they find a groove and they find something, they begin to trend back in the right direction. That's exactly what Keegan's going to be trying to search for.
130.
A great pick off there gets him down to a double. Dudbridge been great when he's switching around the board, picking off trebles, but he's going to have to stand and hope that Keegan Brown
42. Keegan Ricard,
can't find
40.
a match-winning shot here.
Double top, and now double 10 to win it.
Getting shown
And
the
for
match,
Keegan Brown, that's a second win of the group. It just keeps him on the outside periphery if there is to be disasters above him. Brown 3, Dudbridge 1. Next up, Neil Duff and Simon Whitlock. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live here on Pluto TV. Before the break, Keegan Brown got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 1. Game 5 of our session sees Neil Duff and Simon Whitlock go head to head. The Wizard and the Duff man. Victory here for Neil Duff would open up a 6-point gap on, well, open up a temporary 8-point gap, and then the worst it would be is 6 points on Adrian Gray and Simon Whitlock with 6 points left to play for and a very healthy legs difference. Now, if Neil Duff wins this game and Steve Beaton wins the next game, then the Duff man will be through with 3 rounds of fixtures left to go, and Steve Beaton would be virtually there because he'd be 4 clear with 6 points left to play for in the group.
First leg,
And
Neil
Beaton
to
would
throw
still then
first.
have to play
Game on.
2 of the 3 back markers in the group. So it's Duff to get us underway. Game 5 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Neil Duff straight in.
120.
And that'll be what he'd have wanted to put right here, because he wasn't finding that opening double, was he, when he took on Mark Dudbridge in his opening game. 3-2 victory in the end. Had to miss, or survive, should I say,
146.
match starts from Mark Dudbridge. Left the stage sort of shaking his head. But he has got to that, what I feel is going to be the magic points, the 12-point boundary. 6 points clear of Adrian Gray at the moment, who is in qualifying chasing position 3. Simon Whitlock also on 6 points, looking at closing the gap
58.
here on those top positions. Already picked up a victory against Steve Beaton, and at the start of the day, I said if anyone's going to make a move from off the pace to challenge the top 2,
60.
the only way to do that is by beating both Neil Duff and Steve Beaton. Simon Whitlock is 50% there.
59.
And again, Simon, we talk about the back markers in the group. I mean, not really back markers in a week like this, but he's got the 3 players that if you wanted in the last 3 games, you've got
89.
in the last 3 games. It's not easy, but it's easier. You'd have felt like you've done the damage right from the get-go. Duff leaves himself on 92 after just a dozen darts to
95.
take out the
Neil
opening leg of the
92.
contest. Double 16.
Game
And it
shown
looks
the
like the
first
big
leg,
bust of the
Neil Duff.
opening match against Mark Dudbridge is out the system for Neil Duff. A 14 darter to get himself up and running.
Second leg, Simon to throw
Million
first.
times
Game
better.
on.
And do you know what? I'm not surprised to see the step up in the performance here from Neil Duff. We spoke to him, didn't we, at the end of the show yesterday, and he was telling us about how he sort of has this steely
No
focus,
score.
this determination, but a lot of it, when you listen to it and read between the lines, is sort of formed on reputation of his opponent. And when he's playing someone who he wants to be to,
No
he's
score.
got a lot of respect for in this game, you tend to see a different version of Neil Duff. He raises to the occasion, and with the opening game, you'd know that Mark Dudbridge at the moment in 2025 is being off the
22.
pace. He's not quite playing the levels of what he was a couple of years ago.
80.
Maybe, I wouldn't say took it lightly, but maybe was a bit expectant. And with that, what you tend to find is
59.
you're looking and you're chasing, you're asking yourself all the time to do more.
It's one of those games where I can imagine, and you can tell me because you've been in this environment, you've played these types of games. I can imagine it's easy to go through the motions because you're not expecting much to be hit back at you.
Well, it's part column A,
100.
and part column B, which is you feel like you've got to jump on everything rather than just playing the game or playing your normal game, and your normal game's enough. Certainly when we look at the levels of which the players
100.
played yesterday. You know, Neil Duff, high average of 100, daily average of 90. He'd have won that game 3-0 playing to those levels. But then when your opponent's missing, you're like, right, jump on
100.
that, outscore him
Neil
here.
the car,
And instead of playing a match, you
141.
play legs. And instead of playing legs, you play shot for shot. And you don't want to play those mini games within
89.
the game. You just play darts. Easy to sit here and say, though.
And particularly in a shorter format like this where the game could be over before it's even begun. You just got to get up and get on with it and hope
42.
there's no distractions in
Neil
the
the
mind.
car, 52.
But for Duff, opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead, double top for the break.
Game shown
Had
the
6
second
starts
leg,
at it,
Neil
only
Duff.
needed the 2. 2-0 to the Duff man. The breaker throw accrued. He now has the
Third leg,
throw
Neil
to
to
win
throw
the match
first.
here and now.
Game on.
And off first start.
80.
And for Simon Whitlock, he'll feel like defeat here probably does spell the end of the road. He'd be on 6 points. He'd have to hope that Adrian Gray beats Steve Beaton to stand a chance
32.
of progressing his way through. But then he would have to win his last 3. It's as simple as that. The next difference isn't doing him any favours. If he loses this game 3-0, he'd be on -4 in that particular column. Only Mark Dudbridge would have a worse legs difference.
59.
But on the other side of the coin and the other side of the equation, Neil Duff is just continuing to
85.
motor forwards and continuing to, even when not his best, run away with this group. But this has been him at his sparkling brilliant.
83.
Yeah, comfortable here for Neil Duff, averaging just under 100 here. If you get this done quite quick.
100.
Not now. Would have been able to have maybe registered another Tumblers average, which we've been spoilt with this week.
100. Near the car, 96.
76 left, and plenty of time. And so he will set himself up
56.
for double top upon his return to wrap up a comprehensive win.
$57. Near the car, 40.
Well, this has been one-way traffic. Simon Whitlock hasn't had a dart at a double to win a leg in
Ain't
this
showing him
contest,
up,
and he's
Neil
not
Duff.
going to get one there because Neil Duff is on the cusp. A win there against Simon Whitlock means that he is going to, at the very least, be 6 points ahead of the curve with 6 points left to play for. He's 8 points clear following a superb display against Simon Whitlock. Average just under 96, perfect in terms of finishing legs off on the double. And if Steve Beaton beats Adrian Gray after the break, Neil Duff would be mathematically through.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Game 6 of the session sees Adrian Gray and Steve Beaton go head-to-head. And by the end of this game, we may know the first player through from this Group C, but it wouldn't be any of these two, because a victory here for Steve Beaton would send Neil Duff into the Saturday Showdown, because he'd have an 8-point lead over Gray and Whitlock, with just 6 points left to play for. For Steve Beaton, with that win, we'll move on to 10 points. He'd be 4 clear of Gray and Whitlock, with just 4 points left to play for. Well, the two players completing their final practice darts before we get underway.
First leg, Adrian to throw first.
And you get the sense, I know it's only game 6,
Game on.
but this feels like the biggest matchup of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, in terms of the table and keeping it
32.
alive. But I think Adrian Gray's going to play a bit of a part here. Won his last 2 games. The games he's lost has been by 3-2. He's been ultimately
35.
competitive. Stats have been very similar to that of Steve Beaton. There's nothing really to separate the two. And Adrian Gray was very good in game number 1, wasn't he? When he beat Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 1. 88.78 the average there. And
100.
he's got a habit, Adrian, of finding a way through to a Saturday night. Now, this one, due to the fact that the league table looks a little
60.
more unlikely, but still a possibility. And the way he's playing, you feel he could start to reel some points back. Certainly a win here is going to give him some sort of hope.
60.
Well, you just get the sense it is now or never for Adrian Gray. If he's going to
59.
get himself back in the swing of things, he has to win this contest. And suddenly, Steve Beaton's lost 2 from 2 at the beginning of the day. And even somebody with his levels of experience may just begin to panic a little bit.
99. $140.
Both players will be looking to book their place into the final tomorrow evening here at the Live Lounge Reports. Have beaten for a second time this year. Adrian playing here for the first time in 2025. And he's hit his first 9 here in 2025.
Very harsh as well, wasn't it? 3 well-thrown darts right on the wire. And look at Steve Beaton cashing in the chance.
137.
Making a move now on the Adrian Gray throw.
Well, yet another 9 on a week full of 9s.
$105. Steve Car 70.
Gray with a 25, picking off that. Leaves him on a 2 tartar if Beaton cannot convert the 70. Double 16.
Game
Take
on
the
the
first leg and a
Steve
break
Beaton.
and throw. And Beaton has the opportunity
Second
to
leg, Steve
really
throw
make
first.
his move
Game
now.
on. $40.
Well, both players the second leg in a row, a first visit
71.
of the leg.
$60. $85. $97.
We could have a situation here where we have 2 completely opposite groups today. We could have a group here in Group C in the afternoon that the table
100.
forms quite early. And we could have a group tonight in Group B where the whole thing could be separated by legs. That's how it is tonight at this moment.
85.
Everyone on the same points, just 5 legs separating from top to bottom.
140. $59. Adrian, your car, 105.
$105. 18 gives himself a dart at double 16. And that would have been the
73.
first Tub Plus checkout of the day.
Steve, your car, 160.
Well, maybe we're going to get it here. And if we do, we'd have had the biggest checkout of the week so far.
We've not had too many big finishes
32.
in this group.
Adrian
Steve
Carr,
Beaton yesterday with the
32.
107.
The only one. Hasn't been littered with that type of quality.
Getting shot on the second leg, Adrian Gray.
Gray levels up at one apiece by pinning a regulation double 16.
Third leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on. $89. $54. $58. $123.
Maxi for Adrian. And now this game may well be wrestling in the favour of the conqueror. Beaton comes back for 140, but Adrian with the advantage of throw has 6 starts from this point to put himself a leg away.
I think that's one of the good things I've been impressed with Adrian Gray's reactive play. And that's going to come because he's playing so many darts at the moment. He's not going to feel certain situations or moments. It's just all one big pattern and continuum for him. That's why he's able to dig deep in these moments.
125.
You get it all the time, don't you? The start of the year, the narrative is sort of, there'll be a little bit of rust, a little bit of
58.
missed
Adrian Carr,
opportunity, and that's
49.
just because you're not playing regular. That's what it does. He's battle hardened at the moment, is Adrian Gray. This could be back-to-back good legs here to take the lead over Steve Beaton and to put himself in with a chance still in regards to qualifying through this group.
17.
Adrian
Steve
Gray's
Carr,
missed, but the
126.
last couple of legs, these have been the chances Steve Beaton's been restricted to. Well, that was wild.
31.
Dart number 2,
Adrian
so
Carr,
Adrian Gray will come
32.
back. Double 16 again to move 2 on up. Two 8s. He's
Getting shot on the
got
third
Gray
leg,
2
Adrian
on
Gray.
up. And suddenly the alarm bells will begin to ring for Steve Beaton.
Fourth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Picture of focus there, wasn't he, Adrian Gray? Never looked up, never looked at Steve. Head to the
36.
floor. Knows what he needs to do. Just in his own world, his own little bubble right now is Adrian Gray.
$56. $100. $100. $140.
I feel this is going to be one of those games that goes to the wire. Two players got no quitting them whatsoever. And that's a nice To the left-hand side, loads of
140.
target space there.
Beaton fighting back.
177.
Time for a maximum visit like that. Forcing. The issue of Adrian Gray.
'97. Supercar 48.
Nice pick off with the last start. Tap Steve Beaton on the shoulder, lets him know he can't miss this opportunity.
Gain shot of
And he
4
doesn't.
plates. Steve Beaton.
I don't know quite how he squeezed that into the bottom end of the bed, but it was a very good dart. And
Fifth
we
and
game
final
on.
leg, Adrian to throw first.
One
Game
more
on.
leg. A crucial leg in the destiny of this group.
When you say game on, it feels like game on or game over. Adrian Gray wins it when it's all open for interpretation. But if Steve Beaton could claw this leg out, then
No
you
score.
feel like it could be all over by the shouter. But Adrian Gray unable to get off with the first turn. Steve Beaton's got an opportunity here to really stretch a lead against the throw.
40.
That could be the biggest dart he throws in this game. Potentially.
Adrian now needs to get off and get off with the score. He's got the opportunity. Needs a treble.
71.
Treble would have cancelled out the missed shot there. Instead, now it feels like Steve Beaton's got the darts.
83.
So much more of the seesawing of advantage, isn't there, in this double start? Especially with this short format, which is why we are loving it here, double treble three.
Pulsating. Riveting.
140.
Edge of the seat drama.
'83.
Well, when you look at the scoreboard, that is a true reflection of how this game's been. Separated by just 5 points.
44.
So they're going to come down to a moment of brilliance or a slip, and that might be the slip.
Steve Beaton isn't capitalising.
42.
Adrian Gray's been given a big let-off there.
And he'll know it. He would have come away from the hockey there feeling like he's going to be returning in a chase. Instead, it's still in his hands. Still not had the throw wrestled away from him.
100.
Big last dart. Gets him down to a finish.
Beaton needs to score, and he needs to score big. It's falling apart for the Bonzadonis when he needed something good the most. He finds a big jump with the last dart to
83.
leave himself on the big fish.
Adrian Car 146.
But Adrian Gray here, 146. Two treble 19s would have given Dyer a double 16, but Steve Beaton needs the biggest finish of them all, and it would be the biggest
95. Supercar
get
170.
of the week because it would put him on the cusp of qualification potentially. Another one of them.
That was to save the game, to save the day. He's already gone down
Adrian Car
once. He
51.
lost 3-1 in his opening game to Simon Whitlock. Adrian Gray, 51 points away from giving Steve Beaton the double L's.
Double 16. And he knows the significance of this. Double 8, one left. Otherwise, Beaton's back for 65. But he's not going to come back.
Adrian Gray.
And we've got a fight on our hands to see who's going to be in position 2. Adrian Gray mops his brow. He knows how key that could be. And he knows that he almost let a big opportunity slip. He's beaten Steve Beaton by 3 legs to 2. Coming up next is Simon Whitlock against Keegan Brown.
Another one of those. And that eclipses the biggest finish of the week, which was set by Trina Gulliver, the 156. He's just hit on the back of a 120 finish to break the throw. Is the target she hits to win the weekly title.
Well, what a performance there from Kirsty and to Laura.
That first dart was perfect for Steve. And he finds his second max of the contest. And this 2 darts. A double 16. And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Scott, you require 141.
Yes with the first. Yes with the second. Go on, Scott Taylor. No!
170.
Double 10. The wild card is the ace in the pack.
Oh, go and get it quickly.
The sick flare.
I've never seen Simon Whitlock move that fast. He needs the bullseye. Oh, my word! How has he done that?
Looks like the writing could be on the wall here for the Wizard as Jensen Walker produces a bit of magic of his own.
And Michael Verburg, who's actually celebrating his birthday today. Celebrating what are you, Mike? Celebrating a 161 is what he's doing.
Winning chances, and this time it is taken by Sam Spivey, who picks up the Week 3 title.
Yeah, Champions Week is coming, and that's going to be the last week of April. Starts on Easter Monday. So once you're filled up with your Easter eggs, you can also enjoy a day with your other Easter eggs watching the darts. I couldn't think of anything better. Anyway, we're 6 games down here on this Friday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this is how the table looks after a couple of rounds of fixtures. Neil Duff, 14 points to his name. He is pretty much there. Just needs to dot the I's and cross the T's. Adrian Gray and Steve Beaton both on 8 points. And interestingly as well, Steve Beaton has been knocked out of an automatic qualifying position. So the Bonds Adonis in a bit of trouble there. Adrian Gray up to 2. Simon Whitlock, Keegan Brown and Mark Dudbridge just a bit further back. And it is Simon and Keegan that go head-to-head in Game 7 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this will be considered a heavyweight clash for the Modus Super Series. 2 players who just dropped off tour at the end of 2024. And talking about dropping things, Keegan Brown has dropped his dart.
Good job that one didn't bounce out, wasn't it, as he went to the board. Always worry about that. If you bounce out, there's nowhere to go. We saw Martin Schindler almost get skewered at the weekend, didn't we, at the UK Open? And he was stood at the hockey. Imagine halfway down like that.
Well, the good news is he knows a little bit about the medical game, so he may have been able to have given himself a short-term fix. Anyway, let's get into the crux of this contest. Simon went on a win here. We'll move on to 8 points. But the only problem Simon's got is a legs difference issue. -4 in that particular metric going into this particular contest, but he's off straight away here.
111. $51. $100.
For both of these players, well, particularly for Keegan, he'll know that
29.
his race realistically is around. He can still qualify, but he'd have to win his last 3 games, and he's going to need a lot of favours to go his way to progress through.
56.
Although he did get one in the previous game, Adrian Gray winning keeps himself in contention. Otherwise, Beaton would have been too far out of sight for him.
59. $64.
Well, We came into today, didn't we, feeling Steve Beaton was pretty much there. He had a 4-point cushion, and he's lost it very quickly the first couple of laps of fixtures. It's all gone a little bit wrong for him. Adrian Gray now dislodged him. Simon Whitlock, a chance to join in on the party of 8 points.
121.
Steve Beaton, it doesn't get any better for him. He's going to be taking on Neil Duff, who is unbeaten in this group.
Looking to do the 20 from 20.
130.
A rarely
Simon
seen feat
49.
here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Whitlock looking at 49 to take the opening leg, double 16.
Getting short
In
of
it
first leg,
goes, the
Simon
Wizard one
Whitlock.
up.
Second leg, Keegan to throw first. Game on.
Brown in first darts, first time of asking.
54.
Whitlock shuffling across to the double
41.
11. Gets it second dart. Both players off first visit, both legs in this game.
$41. $60. $99.
These are two players that would traditionally be found practicing together on the Pro Tour. You do tend to find on the Pro Tour you get little groups of people that like to practice together, and they go on the same board with the same
60.
people every single time. It's almost like an unwritten rule in a way. Like, for example, if these guys, and Josh Payne used to be with them as well, if they was practicing on board 1 on the
99.
Saturday, on the Sunday, you wouldn't dream of going to board 1 because that was their board. And you go on your board. And there'll be times you'll see like 3 or 4 people having a practice together and one person on their own, and that's because the people they practice with
115.
have gone to get a drink, gone to the toilet, and no one just jumps on and goes, oh, right, we'll get on that board really quickly. It's very regimented in regards to the tour etiquette.
90.
Who are your practice pals?
So, I've had a few over the years. In the earlier days, it was Steve Hine, the Muffin Man. And then it became Ryan Searle. And then it was
85.
Ryan Searle and Aaron
Keegan Carl,
Beanie.
118.
Someone who's picked the darts up again recently. He had a shoulder surgery, didn't he,
94.
about a year and
Simon
a bit
Carl,
ago. And he's been playing some
140.
good stuff. Been playing on the county circuit recently.
The only player in professional darts that can fit his whole body into a washing machine.
True story.
60.
Keegan Brown looking at double 12 to level this contest up at 1 apiece. Now double 6.
Getting
And
short
we
of
are
second
back
leg, Keegan
at
Brown.
an even kill to 1-1.
Third leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Tell me if I'm being harsh here, Matt. But has it felt like there's been a lot of tired darts today?
28.
It's a tough one to assess because
89.
when we look at a dart being nervy, a dart being tired, I think there's a lot of narrative spun on that at times where we're looking purely at where the dart's landing.
67.
And where the dart lands isn't always an indication of nerves or any of those sort of things. Sometimes it's to do with how the dart. So it's the dart landing at uneven
58.
depths. Is the dart kicking? Is it laying down? Are you getting different angles of entries? One standing up and one laying down. That's where you can sort of start to see things like that. Because you can see it in the release.
58.
Where I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing a lot of people throw darts properly. We see Keegan Brown with the passing of the dart from hand to hand. We noticed that in the Mark Dudbridge game, where you could say that's potentially from
66.
that hymn sheet. But I just think there's just a bit of misfiring going on. I don't think it's
123.
anything like deeper rooted. Maybe mentally.
99.
Certainly for Steve Beaton. This has been a long week already, hasn't it? And he's a very, very busy guy. 60 exhibition bookings he's taken already across 2025.
59 more than you, Matt.
123.
Whitlock looking at 102 to open up a 2-1 lead in this contest.
135. Simon Carr, 102.
Brown left on 54 for the break if this does not go. But he's found the treble. And he's going to get a poker double 16. And that could have been a real game changer.
Carr, 54.
It's double top. Opportunity to break and an opportunity to really take charge of the game has been
34.
missed
Simon
by
Carr,
Keegan
16.
Brown.
Getting shown the third leg.
Well, we sit
Simon
here every
Whitlock.
single week. The players come up for interviews every single week, and the
Fourth leg,
sort
Keegan to throw
of
first.
conversations
Game
we
on.
have. Don't care if it's Group A, B, C, first, second, whatever the position is. I want to get through to Saturday night. That's the priority. Everything else after
No
that
score.
is extra, is bonus. Simon Whitlock is one leg away from stumbling himself into that conversation.
No score.
But I've got to say, this has been a really
37.
difficult game to really pin your finger on what's kind of happened in it. Neither player really been able to truly get going, despite the
89.
fact they've started all right in legs. And they've finished okay in legs. But the key moment may well be those couple of darts that Keegan missed in the previous leg to go 2-1 up with the break.
134.
Switching's good today. A lot of players, when they're struggling to find that range on the treble 20, find a lot of success on the 19s and the 18 targets.
94.
Point proven. The problem is, you'll do this, you'll start switching early when you're finding success elsewhere. You'll even start to
60.
doubt whether you should even start throwing at the treble 19s because you're getting that instant feedback.
$180.
But what a well-timed max. The first max of the contest for Simon Whitlock's potentially last scoring visit.
100. Simon Carr,
Brown leaves himself on the fish,
138.
but Whitlock will fancy his chances down from this 138. You may get it done in 3. Stays there, second to left, double 9. But he is
78. Keegan
going to
Carr,
leave himself in a very
170.
good position unless Keegan Brown can take out the big fish. He's unable to get, and so Whitlock for 3-1 victory, looking at
96.
60.
Simon Carr, 60.
Double top. It's awkward.
40.
And he cannot find a way
Keegan
through,
Carr,
and so
74.
Keegan will return for 74. $20 for Tops. Tops to save the match.
Getting
Tops
shown
is
the
duly
fourth leg,
found to
Keegan
save
Brown.
the match. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
Fifth and final leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
And Keegan has just stepped on one of the smoke traps.
108.
Dream start there for Simon Whitlock. Off with the first start, finding a treble as well. Forces Brown not just to get off, but to get off with a score. Needs to find
33.
big advantage now. Simon Whitlock. Oh, and he's driving it home. That is inviting, surely between the two.
140.
But the 140 in itself may have just done the damage it needed to. It's
125.
a decent response from Keegan, but it's advantage Whitlock with the throw.
$57.
Again, a pick-off on the treble 19s here from Keegan Brown.
134.
Beautiful switching.
$97.
He's himself on 99. How handy can Keegan leave this?
$81.
Picks up
Samuel
just
Khan,
the
99.
one big treble. So Whitlock 99 for the match. He's going to get a dart. And his favourite double 60 to win it. And win it he will. And keep himself in contention. He's got an outside chance. The next difference is going to have to improve at some point. But Whitlock has put himself onto 8 points and he's given himself an opportunity, given himself a lifeline in terms of qualifying through to tomorrow's finals. He's beaten Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Mark Dudbridge takes on Adrian Gray. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Simon Whitlock got a better Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 2. Next up, we watch Adrian Gray in action as he takes on Mark Dudbridge. It is the middle match of the session here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. And if Adrian Gray can win this game, he'll have a 2-point lead on Steve Beaton ahead of his clash with Neil Duff in Game 9 of the session. And suddenly what looked so possibly serene points for Steve Beaton has turned into a race where he may find himself the second horse in. And he takes on Mark Dudbridge here, does Adrian, who still languishes at the bottom of the table, still in with a squeak of moving up that league table, maybe into 5th, but nothing more than that. As for Adrian, well,
first leg mark to throw first.
he knew he needed a big start to the day, and that's exactly what he's got. 2 wins from 2 decent performances as well, it has to be said. And he's the one that's emerged as maybe the one that could steal the duopoly of Beaton and Duff.
35.
And Adrian Gray didn't want to know there, did he? Eyes down to the floor, head down, didn't even look at Mark Dudbridge at any point in that. He's focused. He's up for this challenge. He's up for the fight. Knew what he needed to do today.
No score.
But it's that situation. At some point, he's going to have to break Mark Dudbridge. And if there's been a strength for Mark Dudbridge, it's been the games of which he's thrown first.
140.
Of which, his next 2, he does have that particular advantage here and against Simon Whitlock, who is the only player he has beat in this group.
No score. $100.
But for Adrian, I'll tell you what, if he's not careful here, a few more missed stray darts, he could be on the receiving end of a brush. But he gets off with the 8th dart of the leg.
56.
It's another one of those where you feel the damage has been done. Very replicant of the opening leg of the day for Mark Dudbridge when he took on Neil Duff.
85.
But again, it's very evident here, Mark Dudbridge playing with a bit more pace, throwing the darts a lot quicker. Seems to be working for him at the moment. But the impossible task,
140. Matokar, 141.
sticking to it.
The leg in this format is never over until it's over,
99.
and strange and funny things do tend to happen, but Dudbridge has got a huge, sizable lead in this opening leg. Adrian Gray could only try and hit as big as he can and hope, but he's going to
65. Matokar, 42.
probably concede this leg from this point onwards. Dudbridge has got 6 of 42. He's going to have 2 in his hand, a double 16. But doubling hasn't been his key strength. 2 for 19 in that game against Neil Duff, which really he should have won.
Nothing wrong with those darts thrown at the double there from Mark Dudbridge. Just didn't go in between the wires.
60.
He's got plenty of time. Another 6
Matokar,
darts here if he
52.
needs them. Just kicking over a little bit, aren't they, here?
24.
This is where Adrian Gray will be kicking himself now that he couldn't find a treble with the last visit, because Mission Impossible would have become Mission Improbable.
$45. Matokar, 8.
So 2 4s for Dudbridge to
Finish on the
eventually get that
leg, Mark
first leg
Dudbridge.
won. Wasn't pretty, but it's his nonetheless.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on. No score.
Edgy.
$41.
Well, this is the situation where Adrian Gray will feel like he's given the darts away here now. Needs to find on the inner.
71.
Well, he's in, he's off, and he's competitive.
Dudbridge wasn't able to race away with a lead when he got off just that visit earlier.
123.
That score there does pile it on the Adrian Gray throw.
You can see just not quite happy with the action, can't you, Mark Dudbridge? At the end of the throw, just a little bit unsettled, a little bit fidgety.
84.
It has been a step up, though, today, Adrian Gray. Won both of his games so far, 88 and 81 averages in this format. That's good darts.
140.
Dudbridge really stepping it up here.
Well, this is miles above what we saw at points yesterday.
41.
Adrian not reacting, and that's the characteristic, that's the attribute I've gave him a lot today. Reactive.
140.
We have to give credit here to Mark Dudbridge because, look, we know what happened yesterday. It didn't go to plan for him, but he's come back today and he's come back and improved
65.
immeasurably. He hasn't
Mark
let what happened yesterday seep over into Friday's action. And he's playing here to a
Game
very,
shown
very good
second
level.
leg,
That's a
Mark
13
Dudbridge.
darter. That's a break and throw. That's a 2-0 lead. And I tell
Third
you
leg
what,
mark
Steve
through
Beaton
first.
must not
Game on.
believe his luck. He must not believe what's happening to him. And I'll tell you what, getting off in legs, Mark Dudbridge, first
160.
visit every single time in this match. They all count the same.
34.
It's over 100 behind already. I think one thing we're going to see is we're going to see Mark
59.
Dudbridge play with this pace a little bit more often. It's working well for him. But Adrian needs to find 2 breaks a throw. Got to be perfect from here.
Flash plays his best stuff in a
55.
flash. And he's looking to close out a 3-0 win. It'd be just his second win of the group. His previous one was against
85.
Simon Whitlock. Double up his points tally, and Adrian Gray here has had a bit of a shocker at the worst possible time. But a Maxi there just keeps him on the periphery, or in the periphery in this leg. Forcing Dudbridge into a treble here, which to his credit he finds.
His switching's been brilliant today, Dudbridge. When he's looked at the 19s and the 18s, he's often come up with something.
So Dudbridge looking at a ton
100. Mark your car,
complete a
100.
3-0 success. It's been his best performance by a long way, and he could round it off with the first ton plus checkout of the session.
80. Adrian car, 132.
Triple 19 pull to keep himself in the contest, and he's got a nice guide there and utilises it brilliantly. Mark Dudbridge had a couple of opportunities to win the game there and then. Adrian Gray with a Hail Mary 1-3-2 keeps us ticking.
First. Game on.
Returns the game to throw.
Fourth leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
And I think that's a moment we could put into the Modus Super Series blooper reel.
Touch of quality and class there, wasn't it, from Adrian Gray when he needed it the most? That was to save his chances here, because then he'd have to sit back and watch everyone else go up and try and get points.
No
But again,
score.
that opening double, that's what's causing him the problems, and that's why you're getting that reaction. No problems again for Mark Dudbridge, straight in. It's like he's throwing against the darts in every leg here, Adrian Gray.
79.
Because even when he's got the throw, he's handing it straight to Mark Dudbridge.
$51.
The eye will be drawn, obviously, to the 1-3-2 finish, but we've got to remember, he also had a max in that leg, Adrian Gray.
77.
And he had to, because Dudbridge was causing all sorts of problems. There was 15 darter in the end for Adrian, which some may say was the equivalent maybe of a 12 darter in a straight start match.
60.
Just looks rattled, doesn't he? Reacting to everything. We haven't seen this from him today. We've seen composure.
100.
Which already had 1-9 today.
$66.
It's not going to treat us to a second. But Dudbridge again.
100.
Just when it looks like there could be a bit of peril in a leg for him, he picks off a big treble.
60. Motor car 145. $83.
Pick off again. Switching of Mark Dudbridge has been brilliant. We'll be expecting to leave something.
100. Motor car
It's
62.
another big ask, should he get an opportunity.
It's for the match. It's double 16.
46.
Mark Dudbridge best display,
Adrian
but he's
Car,
missed 4 darts across 2
164.
legs now to get the job done.
$100. Mario Kart 16.
To eventually wrap this contest up. It's been Mark Dudbridge's best performance of the week. And it ends in victory. And that could be a bitter blow to Adrian Gray's hopes of progressing through to tomorrow night's final. And that's handed Steve Beaton a real lifeline. He takes on Neil Duff in game 9 of the session after the break. If he wins that, he has a 2-point lead again.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Can
Couldn't
he
get the
get
job
it?
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth as the Group C action here at the Modus Super Series continues. Before the break, Mark Dudbridge got the better of Adrian Gray by 3-1, and our 9th game sees Steve Beaton and Neil Duff resume their rivalry on this stage. It is the 8th meeting between these two this year, and in the previous 7, Neil Duff holds a 5-2 lead in their personal head-to-head. And you get the sense, yes, it's the 8th time they're meeting this year, but you feel like it's definitely not going to be the last. If Steve Beaton wins this game, it's a very good chance they could meet tomorrow night. But
First
you
leg,
look at
Steve
things
to
like Champions
first.
Weeks and you look at things like international pairs, it wouldn't be a surprise if these two see a lot more of each other in 2025.
No score. $120.
Safe to say Neil Duff's got better as the day's gone on as well, isn't it? Maybe now his qualification's pretty much done
60.
as well. He'll find a little bit of comfort. And the longer this goes on with people picking up different results, I think the likelihood of my 12 prediction is getting stronger and stronger all the time.
Ah,
45.
Matthew Edgar just trying to confirm that he is correct.
Again.
So we're waiting the word again. But for Steve Beaton, anything that could have gone wrong for him today has gone wrong. He looked in a very good position. He had a 4-point lead on 3rd place going into today's action. Lost his opening 2, and actually was given a lifeline because Mark Dudbridge did beat
60.
Adrian Gray before the break. He's actually gone back up to 2nd position in the league table.
$134.
But for Steve, he must be thinking, right, now I have to switch on. Now he might have that predator instinct, that fight or flight instinct. That if it doesn't happen now, it may never happen at all.
85. $25.
I suppose this isn't really the game though you want if you're Steve Beaton at this point. It's not really happened for him today. Lost both of his games.
133.
And then taking on a guy who's not lost a game.
$99. Neil the car,
So Duff looking at
58.
58 for the break and to take out a 1-0 lead. 2 darts in his hand at double top. Great guide.
38.
Tried to clip off
See
the
the
barrel,
guy
but it
90.
nestles underneath. So Beaton may just get a dart at the ball here. He's got the bonus of 2 at double 15.
75. Neil the car, 20.
And so Duff will come back for the target just above. Moves across. And then
on the
hits
first
home.
leg, Neil
And
though.
hits the front in this game with a break to boot.
Second leg, Neil to through first. Game on. $120. No score.
It's been just a few legs, hasn't there, where Steve has not been able to get off straight away. He was visit perfect in his game against Adrian Gray, but
140.
against Simon Whitlock, there's a couple of legs where it took him 2-3 goes to get on the board. And so far in
100.
this game, both the legs he's played is taking him 5 darts to get up and running. Last one is able just
28.
to wrestle back a little bit of the disadvantage because he was on throw, but you know, having kicked off 120, followed it with 140, it's a long way back for the Bonzadonis. If he
44.
loses this game, it could potentially be a long way back in terms of qualifying.
$96. $98. Neil the car, 117.
So Duff looking at 117 to get a 2-0 lead. Trouble 19 leaves tops
77.
just above the wire, but he has got time on his side.
Oh no, I think the points come out again. An issue he had yesterday, lost the point, had to change his darts.
It was in this game. It was in this game against Steve yesterday it happened.
134. Neil Lucar, 40.
Yeah, we're seeing him potentially have to switch here. But this isn't what you want. If you've had a problem with the darts, you've got to change the darts. First thing you've got to do with them is try and convert a leg, and that's 3 well-thrown darts all on the wire.
Lucar, 125.
Steve Beaton may feel he's going to get a bit of an extra opportunity here. May stay there. 25 would have left the bullseye.
77. Neil Lucar, 40.
He kind of had a problem because dart one was so good. What he didn't want to do is obscure the target then with the dart he was going to throw at the 25, but he missed the target completely.
No score. Steve
Now,
Lucar,
I'll tell you what,
48.
Steve Beaton here may have an act of ill-defined luck. It's bad luck in Neil Duff's perspective and on Neil Duff's terms.
Game show on the second
But
leg, Steve Beaton.
This is kind of the darts equivalent, and please stick with me
Third
on
leg,
this.
Steve to throw first.
This is the
Game
equivalent
on.
of being 1-0 down and you're getting absolutely outplayed, and then suddenly one of the opposition defenders puts in a reckless challenge and they're down to 10 men. And then suddenly you feel like,
96.
oh, actually something's happened in the game where I can wrestle my advantage back.
Yeah, I mean, it happened yesterday, and
no score.
You'd think you'd come up with a solution. Has 9 darts now. He's not been able to hit something. He keeps looking over to the case at the darts, probably
45.
thinking, if I had my darts, I'd be 2-0 up now. I'd be on my way to a 3-0 win. And now he's just trying to find some form of comfort. It's took him completely out of his stride.
No score.
And the problem you've got is even if you repoint that particular set, because it's happened twice, if he plays with that other set, then he's going to feel as if there's no trust in the equipment because you're wondering when the point's going to go again.
Yeah, he's over at the table again, just having a bit of a play with things here. Steve Beaton fighting back the smile. He had a little look to the case, see what the situation was, see what's been changed, if anything's been done.
100. $85. $100. Steve Lucar, 95.
Well, Beaton on 95 and Duff without a finish didn't have
79.
to persevere on the 25 or the 19s there. So that's why he elected to go up for the treble 20. And so, double 8.
140. Steve Lucar, 16.
Trying to leave himself in as favourable a target as
Game show on the
possible,
third
and he
leg,
opens up a
Steve
2-1
Beaton.
lead as a result. What a strange game
Fourth
this
leg, Neil
has
to
been.
throw first. Game on.
The only good thing Neil's got is he's got a couple of games to sort the issue out when this is over, whenever it's over. Plays the last
18.
game of the next round.
$100.
And you can tell that the turning point in this game was that particular incident. Because Beaton has just suddenly smelt blood like a great white shark would.
49. $83.
Or shall I say the great bronze shark at this present moment in time.
$55. $96. $100. $100.
Found when he really needed it here, hasn't he, Steve Beaton? Saw a sense of weakness, pounced on it.
100.
All those years of experience have come up to the boil here. Triple 18 for the bull. Not to be, but Duff 117.
The other car, 117.
And if he doesn't take it, Beaton's back for the match. Is the tide going to stem again? Oh, yes, it is. I tell you what, real credit there has to go to Neil Duff, because it looked like he was in turmoil after the point issue, but he's conjured back what looked like an unassailable disadvantage in this game by taking out the 117. And suddenly, Steve Beaton's got some thinking to do when he looked like possibly all but the winner of this contest.
120.
This would probably be Neil Duff's favourite win of the week if he was able to pull this off and turn around what was quite a major setback there.
59. $100. 140.
Well, Neil Duff has taken the darts in this last leg.
60.
But unable to utilise that advantage, and so Beaton here with a big score make himself favourite to win this game again. Great timing. Great timing of that 140.
$135. Steve Car, 130.
Good visit from both, and a great recovery there for Neil Duff as well. Wayward with the open up. He's going to get a shot.
94. The other car,
but
86.
It may just be the one. This is your chance, Neil Duff.
For the second leg in a row, Steve Beaton has been left on a double to win this match. And it may well be for the second leg in a row, he may not get a go. But Duff passes two match-winning opportunities by. Beaton back for double 18 to get himself back on the Beaton track. He beats Neil Duff by 3 legs to 2. Well, the key turning point in that game was towards the end of the second leg. A sporting acknowledgement from the pair, and Neil Duff just explaining the point issue that he had. The point of his old setup went awry, and he couldn't solve it, and so he had to go back to what was a new set that he was preparing to use over the course of the week, and it didn't quite work out for him. Beaton took full advantage. He wins by 3 legs to 2. Well, after all the drama, we're kind of as you were, really. Duff with a gap on Gray, 6 points. Beaton, 2 points clear of Gray. We're off for a break, and then it's Dudbridge and Whitlock next.
Welcome back to the Super Series. This is what we've seen in Double Trouble 3 on this Friday afternoon. Steve Beaton got the better of Neil Duff by 3-2 before the break. That now puts him in a good position, which at one point looked like he was in real severe danger, did the Bronze Adonis, but it's pretty much as you were at the start of the day. Neil Duff is pretty much there. He's 6 points clear, 6 points left to play for. Steve Beaton on 10 points in a really good suit. Adrian Gray and Simon Whitlock both on 8 points respectively. Matthew Edgar is alongside me here in the studio to assess what we have seen on this Friday afternoon. And for Neil Duff, I just want to go back to that moment there when the point came out against Steve Beaton, because it knocked him off track for a leg or so. I suppose that's expectant, but he's got a more serious issue, hasn't he? Because it's happened for a second time.
And they're the darts he clearly wants to play with as well, and they're not sustained, they're not lasting. He's got to figure out a way. You might just need to get some glue and put some glue on the point as well, just to help it stick in the dart a little bit, because they're clearly the darts that are working best for him. We saw him switch, we saw him change, and then started missing. And that's just sort of took him out of his stride a little bit, and that's the second day in a row that's happened. So, worrying signs.
However, did it show a little bit of his character in terms of whatever cards are dealt against him, he can work a way back into it in that game against Steve Beaton? Missed a match start in the end.
Yeah, he got back into it, shown some character, shown some fight, which is what he says is his strongest quality within the game. And missed opportunity at the end, that'll be frustrating for him as well, but I don't feel at that point he really had true belief in the darts. I think he was just throwing with some equipment, he was playing with second best there. It will feel different in the hand, even just the temperature of the darts, they'll be cool, they'll be cold, so when you're holding them it'll just feel different in the fingers. What will Steve Beaton be thinking about today? Qualifying, and at one point it looked like it was a pretty much certainty. He's in a battle now. Lost his first 2 games, made it a bit tricky, but that was a big, important win. In terms of just getting himself back on the horse and feeling like he's in proceedings, possibly. And cashing in on the fact Adrian Gray lost to Mark Dudbridge the game before. They're trying to get that points back on the board again, because you don't want to be in a battle. You don't want to be looking at other games and other results. You want to just know you're out of the way. And beating a player at the top of the table who no one else has beaten, that's going to help him out in that chase. Adrian got off to a really good start to the day, won his first 2, but he'll feel like he let one slip there, won he, against Mark Dudbridge. Oh, absolutely. That's probably going to cost him his chance of qualifying, really. He did the hard bit, got himself in contention, got his nose in front. He was in the qualifying space, got the draw against Mark Dudbridge there, which, you'd say that's the good time to play him. Just didn't perform. Struggling to find trebles, struggling to get in on legs. He was against the throw in every leg because he kept missing darts, even with the darts. So, yeah, he'll be disappointed, and if he does not go through, that's the one that's cost him. Does Simon Whitlock leave himself with too much work to do overnight? Well, we'll see, won't we? He's certainly putting a fighter in here, and he's making the most of it. He's getting some results. He's playing well. I said on commentary that he could just stumble himself into contention. He's in contention. He's got an opportunity. And will he make it? Like I say, maybe he's left too much work to do overnight. But the main thing for him is he'll feel he's still in this mix. So this is the third specials week of 2025 here at the Live Lounge Report. So the first 2 are won by Kirsty Vinakainen and Richie Howson. That was Women's Week 2 and the Legends League. That's the list of winners so far. There'll be a question mark over Double Trouble 3, and there'll be a number of specials weeks as well as the year draws towards a close. International pairs will be next on the horizon. Once we get to the end of Series 10, we'll have another Women's Week and also a Rising Stars week as well when we get to August time. And I think it's important as well because I suppose it's something a lot of people spoke about in terms of maybe a criticism in the past was it was 13 weeks, followed by 13 weeks, followed by 13 weeks. It was just a constant, continuous cycle. But what the specials week do give us is a split up, a separation, and also an opportunity to see the likes of these big stars play one another, because you don't know how the luck of the draw is going to pan out, because you don't know whether Steve Beaton, Neil Duff, they would meet in a normal week. You just don't know that. Yeah, it allows us to be a bit more free as well with the selection. You think about the affiliation with things like the ADC and the ADC qualifiers that come here. Well, they're going to take up some of the spots, which don't allow us to have sort of the lineups that we do here on the specials week. We're going to get some real sort of top-end darts. As we've seen this week, the 108 average, lots of averages over the ton. It's been a real good quality week in regards to the performances. We can also get quite creative. We've seen the ladies take to the stage. We're now starting to see some of them starting to come into a regular series. We've seen Gemma Hayter, we've seen Trina Gulliver, Lisa Ashton, Fallon Sherrick, and I'm sure we're going to see more people as well come over to the main series when they make a claim, like Rhiannon O'Sullivan did, put herself in a conversation of, can I come play the Super Series? And she did. She had an opportunity, came here and took part in a Group B campaign, relished the chance. So what will the Rising Stars week bring up? That's the one I'm excited for.
Well, this is the calendar for 2025. These are the last specials weeks that we are going to have over the course of the year, and we'll be watching that live here on Pluto TV. Right, let's get back into the nuts and bolts of today's action then. It's Mark Dudbridge and Simon Whitlock up next. Probably not going to see these two on Saturday night, but you can be here on a Saturday night and you can book your ticket anytime you want by having a look at this. So that's how you can be here on a Saturday night at the Super Series, the game 10 of our session now, and it sees Mark Dudbridge and Simon Whitlock go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as we enter the fourth cycle of matches for our day. Remember, we do have an evening session later on this evening. That is from 10 o'clock, and you can watch all the action live on Pluto TV as Group B comes to a close. And if you're going to ask us who's going to make it through, well, we have got absolutely no idea because all 5 players are tied on the 4-point mark going into the final session of that particular group. We know Leonard Gates is going to be there for definite. Neil Duff probably is there, barring an absolute collapse towards the line. But as to the second position through Group C, well, we thought for a time it was going to be Steve Beaton, and he's still got a big advantage in terms of getting through. But it doesn't seem as academic as perhaps it once was. And Simon Whitlock with a win here. Can put himself in situ, but the big problem he's got is the legs difference. He has to sort it out. Otherwise, he'll be given little room for manoeuvre. -3 at the beginning of this one. Steve Beaton on +3. Effectively, he needs a round swing to go in his favour.
Well, I've never seen a fist bump after 6 darts thrown before. That's a new one. Both players opening perfect, and Mark Dudbridge wanted to show Simon Whitlock how much he appreciated that start to perfect beginnings.
59.
Well, let's hope we don't have a repeat of that game between Nathan Aspinall and Luke Littler, where they decided to fist bump each other after every single visit, whether they liked it or not.
140.
There's Pally, and then there was that.
Certainly playing a million times better, isn't he, Mark Dudbridge, since he's changed the
140.
pace.
Motorcar 101.
He's found a formula that's worked, and he's sticking with it. And this is, well, I was going to say this would have been for a potential 12-dart start, but the hardest start of them all was the one which on paper would be the easiest, a single number.
74.
And it's
Samuel Carr,
completely knocked him off
150.
pace. Completely knocked him off stride.
$40. Motorcar 27.
So Dudbridge comes back for 27 to take a 1-0 lead.
$19.
Well, he'll be staggered
Samuel
that he's
Carr,
only had one
110.
dart after hitting the triple with the first dart and the previous hit on the 101 checkout. 219 bull.
$42. Motorcar 8.
And if Mark Dudbridge loses this leg, he's got one person to blame, and that's himself.
4.
No way he
Samuel
should be
Carr,
losing this leg,
68.
but Whitlock's got an opportunity to take the opener. Single leads the double.
36.
And usually in that scenario,
Mario
the other
Kart
player only
4.
needs one dart to mop the leg up.
Getting shown the first leg,
Dudbridge
Mark
converts
Dudbridge.
the double 2 eventually to open up a 1-0 lead in this match.
Second leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
Fist bump count rises to 2.
$39.
Where do you stand on the whole over fist bumping thing?
No score.
Well, you've kind of loaded that question, really, haven't you? Because you haven't said where do I stand on the fist bumping. You
41.
said where do I stand on the over fist bumping, which means you've already gave me the answer that it's over fist bumping.
No score. $137. No score.
Now this is the point of the leg where we say Mark has to be careful. Because Whitlock's hit a 140 and there is a possibility of a brush if he doesn't find a double here. In we go, dart number 10 of the leg.
Something that's not been a problem really for Mark Dudbridge, isn't it? Getting into legs.
120. Samuel Carr, 144.
I think that's been a strength. Letting him down here in this one, but if you're going to have a leg like that, you want to do it when you're 1-0 up and
46.
it's your opponent thrown first.
Effectively, it's a leg you shouldn't win and no damage really has been done.
140. Samuel Carr, 98.
And so Whitlock here looking at 98 to level up a 1 apiece. Double 19.
82.
I made plenty of time on his side.
$81. Samuel Carr, 16.
Double 8 for Whitlock. Awkward. You could see from his facial expression he did not like the look of that, but he'll love the look of that one. What a find that was. There we are,
Third
1
leg,
apiece.
Mark to throw first. Game on. No score. $51. 8.
Well, it doesn't matter how, as long as you do. And I feel like that's a saying that I've said a lot this week.
140.
Did feel this group would be done quite early. Thought Steve Beaton and Neil Duff would confirm the places quite early on, but Simon Whitlock can really play himself into contention here. Win here gives him a chance of chasing down Steve Beaton, who's got to play against the darts next against Keegan Brown.
$81.
Now, Whitlock now looking to make the push.
180.
Simon Whitlock's big scores today have come at pivotal points. His timing hasn't been too much of an issue when he has been firing, but he hasn't been firing perhaps at times enough.
70.
It's double 8 for 14 darter. Break of throw takes full control of the contest and now has the darts to win it.
4 leg Simon to throw first. Game on. $28. $32. $58. $85. $96. $140.
Impressive turnaround this from Mark Dudbridge. Said the first couple of games today were key. He let that one slip, didn't he, against Neil Duff.
40.
Didn't really perform at all against Keegan Brown. Felt it was going to be another really long day for him, but certainly finding more, with a little bit more pace and fluency and rhythm in the throw. And he's got Simon Whitlock here on the ropes. Simon Whitlock was looking comfortable not too long ago, looking good to try and pick up the points that he really does need if he's going to keep
43.
his prospects alive. Instead, he may need to do it in a last leg decider where he would be against the darts. And against the darts, against a player who's been so strong on getting into legs.
72.
He's left himself on double 16. And Whitlock looking to find another big score and a big point. Needs another treble.
100.
Cannot get, and so Dudbridge 2 16s for 2-2. And we head the distance in this game. Dudbridge breaks back. And we head to leg 5 of 5 in this contest.
First. Game on. No score. $95.
Well, this was the bit we said was so strong for Mark Dudbridge.
No score.
Letting him down in the last leg decider here. Simon Whitlock now. This is all bonus. This is all for a bit of daylight.
42.
Mark Dudbridge has saved his worst leg, or one of his worst legs, in terms of getting in for a pivotal leg.
No score.
And now Whitlock's just got that room to manoeuvre, and you could see on his face, he knows now, right, I've got this guy exactly where I've got him, and I just now need to put him away. And he may be close to putting Mark Dudbridge in the corner here and pose a question possibly of Beaton above him.
56.
Well, Dudbridge is in. This is all about Simon Whitlock. We'll take a number of errors from
85.
here. It's potentially one. Moves him to a 3-dart combination now. The ice cream finish.
Which he has already taken out today. He did so in his previous match.
Sam Khan, 99.
Against Keegan Brown. Didn't have to go tops because Dudbridge all the way back up 385. And ironically, he hit tops when he didn't want tops.
Just trying to stay out the way of the flight, wasn't he? Worried about catching the flight and going into the treble. He's got 6, maybe more, to get this shot done.
140. Sam Khan, 20.
2 10s to wrap it up. Oh, that was in the double. It came back out again, but it doesn't matter because he found it with the next one anyway. Simon Whitlock in a bit of disbelief there, but he's got over the line against Mark Dudbridge. A bit of a comical moment at the end, but crucially, Whitlock's on 10 points. Just poses that question to Steve Beaton. And coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve in action as he takes on Keegan Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live on Pluto TV. Before the break, Simon Whitlock got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 2. Game 11 of our day pits Keegan Brown and Steve Beaton up against one another. A reminder, this is session number 1 of 2 that we're watching exclusively live on Pluto TV today. You can watch us once again from 10 p.m. for the conclusion of Group B, and then we will be back tomorrow from 7:30 to see who the 2025 Double Trouble champion will be, because this is the only double start tournament we have this year. So actually this takes on a bit more significance because they become the annual champion of this. And there's actually nothing else that we have here where there is a legitimate annual winner.
Game on.
Keegan Brown straight in with dart 1. And for Steve Beaton, wins this, he's in a decent position, but loses. He is seeing a lot of people just beginning to look behind his shoulder a little bit.
They're stacking up, aren't they, behind Steve Beaton, and they'll be hoping that Keegan Brown can find something here. A couple of wins to his name this week, Keegan
44.
Brown. He'll be the first to tell you he probably expected a little bit more than that coming here to the Super Series.
No score.
6 darts thrown though. Steve Beaton not in. And Keegan Brown just take this as a bit of a leisurely stroll.
140.
Well, Steve Beaton got a dosage
60.
of good fortune in his previous match against Neil Duff. Yes, you've got to take full advantage of that, granted. But he looked completely out the game until Neil Duff's point went.
96.
And in case you're wondering what that incident was, Neil Duff's point of one of his darts came out. And so he had to use another set, which he wasn't comfortable. He hasn't been too comfortable playing with this week. Beaton just kind of rode a crest of the wave as Neil Duff was just beginning to have a bit of a struggle.
28. $140. Keegan Carr 154.
So Brown 154. Now one of them leads himself double top.
134.
Just underneath. Now, if this 161 goes, it's the biggest checkout we've seen this week. Down for treble 17. And how timely it would have been for Stevie B.
Keegan Carr 20. Getting sure the first flag. Keegan
Brown one up. Double 10 goes, no problem at all.
Second leg, Steve.
This is getting hard work for Steve. I mean, it looked like perhaps his passage would be quite serene today.
The whole day. The whole day has been hard work for Steve. Not making it easy on himself.
160.
Got to dig deep now if he wants to be here tomorrow night playing for the grand prize.
And you have to say so far, this is a slightly improved version of Keegan Brown he's playing here.
95.
I suppose the 5-day element's something you've got to consider as well, because Steve probably hasn't... I know he's played on the Pro Tour, and there are weeks
54.
where things can get long when you're playing Euro Tour qualifiers and a few Players' Championships. But it would have been a long time since he's played this rigorous amount of darts over a long course like this.
Yeah, I could only really think the last time you'd play this sort of thing where you're playing 4 or 5 long days like this
60.
would have been back in the old COVID days when we used to merge events together and have a block of 5 or 6. And Steve Beaton traditionally was one of the people at the time that was saying he didn't enjoy that style when you cluster them all together.
Yeah, that was kind of a needs-must, though, wasn't it? Because
145, Supercar 32.
you had 3 months without any action just to make up as many events as you could. You had to put them in big blocks, and obviously with COVID and all the rest of it, with the bubble environment and booking venues, that was unfortunately just the way things had to be done. But there we are in this contest at 1-1. Although COVID did bring out some good things, such as this place. And Keegan Brown spent a lot of that particular period in time
160.
working in a medical lab. Second in a row that Steve Beaton's
80.
kicked off with a 160. Hang about, Steve. Okay, don't hang about.
78.
Doesn't matter, Matt, because we know who's going to hit a 9 darter this week.
140. $57. $85. $121.
Really good visit there. Just may have turned the screw in this leg in Steve Beaton's favour. We'll come back for 85. He may have to take out the 85 following that 134 from Keegan Brown. Oh, he misses the big number. He chased the treble. He's paid the price for it.
45. Keegan Brown 62.
And so 62 to move one clear and needing just one more.
42.
Not this time. And so Beaton back for tops. Back for the break. It's double 10.
30.
It's inside.
Keegan Brown 20.
He's had opportunities here, Steve Beaton, to move 2-1 up and throw for the match. He's
Getting
passed
through the
those
third by Keegan
opportunities
Brown.
by, and Keegan Brown makes pay. 2-1 he leads.
Fourth leg Steve to throw first. Game on.
It feels inconceivable that Steve Beaton cannot qualify for Saturday night at the Super Series.
80.
But what one may think once upon a time was impossible may well actually be a probability, let alone a possibility if he loses this game. Because he's going to have a few players breathing down his neck if he loses this match. Whitlock will be in play. Gray will be in play. And Adrian Gray plays Neil Duff in the next one. We don't quite know what we're going to see from Neil because of the whole equipment situation.
No score.
Quality leg. Gets off first dart. Back-to-back 140s. Against the throw would have been great. On throw, it's almost impossible for Keegan Brown now to catch. And in matter of fact, if he takes out the 141, there could be a brush. Treble 19. Double 12. Within the width of a wire with the first ever brush at double trouble.
They know it. He saved it. It's not going to happen.
That's the second time this week Keegan Brown has avoided darts to be brushed in a leg.
72.
That'll be relieving as well. Relief.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve
After all
Beaton.
that, it's a 14 darter for Steve Beaton to level up at
To the final leg,
2-2.
Keegan is
Awkward
the first.
handshake,
Game on.
but a handshake nonetheless before the last leg begins. Mind you, I can't talk about awkward handshakes. How many times does that happen? You miss a plethora of darts, the previous leg get away, and you get away
71.
first dart on the next.
Just changes the whole dynamic, doesn't it? Because that means the opening 3 darts is quite an interesting exchange when your opponent gets in. Steve Beaton, no problem, straight in and in with the treble.
Well, Steve Beaton, in terms of getting off in this game, 9-1-1-1-1.
137. $96. $140.
Tell you what, I've just had a glance up to the average, Matt. It's just under 97 for Steve Beaton. He's really pushed and probed in these last couple of legs. And he may well be on the cusp of a
92.
big
Supercar
win in more ways than
104.
one. It'll move him on to 12 points. Move him on the hill.
He leaves it handy.
96.
12 darts thrown
Supercar
down to a double.
145.
That's all you can do against the darts sometimes. You just got to hope that your opponent doesn't take a big finish out, which Keegan Brown's not up to, and Steve Beaton a chance
60. Supercar 8.
to put a foot through the door of Saturday night.
2 4s. And now down for double 2. The madhouse, Steve Beaton, is not found. He's completely outplayed Keegan Brown in this match. But the Needle from Newport has an opportunity to nick this game from the Bonds Adonis's grasp. If he can find double 14. Oh my.
Keegan Brown.
That's going to hurt Steve Beaton. You can see it etched on his face. He dominated that game. He played so well in that game. But Keegan Brown was given one opportunity to win it, and he has duly obliged. 20 points, 21 points actually, the difference in the averages. But Keegan Brown has found a way through. And suddenly here, does the dynamic change and then some. Next up, Adrian Gray and Neil Duff.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
This is the tournament bracket for Double Trouble 3. Group A saw Leonard Gates prevail on Wednesday afternoon. Tonight, Group B sees all 5 players tied on 4 points in the league standings. How we're going to separate them, we'll find out a bit later on. But Group C sees Neil Duff, Steve Beaton and Simon Whitlock as the 3 Premier players. Duff on 14 points, pretty much home and hosed now. He just needs one more win here against Adrian Gray to rubber stamp it. It then mean that Beaton and Whitlock would be jousting it out. Adrian Gray would have maybe an outside sneak on 8 points. But let's have a look at this game 12 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, first things first, it's working out what Neil Duff's playing with. Because We saw in the previous match a bit of a point malfunction for him. And he had to switch back to the set which he was trying out, but then realised, actually, I'm not too comfortable with, and so decided to go back to Old Faithful. Can't quite see from the overhead camera shot there what exactly he's playing with in terms of equipment, but we will find out in due course. He takes on Adrian Gray, for whom this match is a really, really big game for him. Wins this, he's on 10 points, he's in the mix. Loses it, he's probably gone, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's probably in the situation here, Adrian Gray, where he probably feels the chance was the last game.
First leg, Adrian to throw first.
Got himself into a good position, didn't he? But wasn't able to cash it in. Taking on Mark Dudbridge, who at the time bottom of the table, only won one game. That was the one. And he just struggled on this, didn't he? Struggled on getting in.
Well, he has gone back to Old Faithful, has Neil.
80.
But we mentioned it a little bit, I think it was in the studio, wasn't it? We were mentioning it. There's a possibility that because he's had that issue now twice, can there be a problem with trust in terms of trusting the equipment now?
The darts haven't failed him in regards to the flying through the air. They've not cost him anything. It's just when he's pulled them out the board, they've just, the point stayed in.
100.
So there's nothing that he's going to struggle with in regards to that side of things. It'll just be to check the darts in the hand, which you do as part of your process anyway.
45.
If it was something that was affected, like it came out before it hit the board, that would be where he'd be concerned. But I don't think he'd be too worried for those reasons.
180.
Not looking overly settled, Adrian. You could say this is Adrian's wall being hit. But I tell you what,
171.
good visit that. The 171 leads himself a 128. Tough 141.
$60. Adrian Car 128.
$116 left.
92.
Well, he's done the next best thing. He's left himself on a double in case Duff cannot take out the 81. 12. And bull.
38.
Offline, off pace, off target. And so a couple of decent turns here for Adrian Gray as afforded him this opportunity. Earned him this opportunity, and he takes the chance on double 9 to lead 1-0.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on. $120.
A big game here, but also a big day.
No score.
The European Tour, which has just seen the first session of the day completed. Wins for Luke Woodhouse, Matt Campbell, Jan van Veen, Richie Edhouse, Ricardo Pietrezco in a last leg decider against Matthew Denner. Little Nyman in a last leg decider against Francois Schreien. Darryl Gurney and Dirk van Dijvenbode in the afternoon session. Some graduates from last year will be in action tonight. Darryl Pilgrim takes on Ryan Searle. Cam Crabtree takes on Raymond van Barneveld, and Jim Long takes on Martin Schindler, as well as Thomas Lovely's clash with Mike Didecker.
I count 8 players from the afternoon session that have played in recent times here at the Super Series.
Including the defending champion. But it shows the pathways are working. There's an opportunity now to play in something like this. You gain a bit of experience. You learn the craft of the lights and the cameras. And you do see players that then step onto that next stage that don't have that fear that there was before.
No time for it now, isn't it?
Near the car, 127.
Paul Hings's favourite finish Always got a smile on his face saying the 1-2-7. Neil Duff may not like it as much though.
42. $60. Neil Luca 85.
So Duff looking at 85 to level up at one apiece. 20. And Paul he doesn't have to go for because Gray isn't on the finish. Double top.
Game shot on the second leg. Neil
Beautifully
Duff.
taken. 1-1.
Third leg Adrian to throw first. Game on. $70. $100. $81.
There's one cycle of fixtures still to go. Steve Beaton will be taking on Mark Dudbridge. Where he'll be hoping to get his place confirmed in Saturday night. Simon Whitlock will take on Adrian Gray. Both of those still harbour hopes of qualifying through. And then Neil
95.
Duff, who's already there, will be taking on Keegan Brown. Player who's just got his third win of the campaign.
140.
He may have just upset things a little bit for Steve Beaton. So all still to play for that final qualifying position. We could end up going into it with 3 players on 10 should Adrian Gray be able to get the job done here against Neil Duff. But he's going to have to go some here to resist the challenge. Neil Duff looking at a breaker throw.
139. Neil the
Middle
Coward
part, the meat of this game.
So 121 for Duff. Down for treble 17.
57. Adrian Lucar 116.
Adrian will go the traditional way for the 116. And so 16 leaves tops. Nothing in the way.
96.
But he can only
Neil Lucar,
divert his dart
64.
low. And so Duff to get the break to a 2-1 up. Then he would have the throw to win the match in the next. Single. 8 leaves double top.
44.
Just
Adrian
underneath.
Lucar,
And so
20.
Adrian will get a look at this double 10.
Getting shown the third leg. Adrian Gray.
Finds it. And opens up a 2-1
Fourth leg Neil to
lead.
throw first. Game on.
Beautiful first dart at tops there for Neil. He's got away in the first visit in every single leg in this match. 1-1, 2-1 is get off ratio in this match.
No score. $140. No score. $85. $108. $40. $125. Neil the Car 156.
Just making sure he's got the optimum preparation for this shot.
43.
He did have a little look as if there was a slight distraction there, wasn't there? Maybe something caught his eye.
Well, it's such a sterile room that the smallest thing can put you off kilter.
58.
And sometimes it can even be the case of, I don't think it was on this occasion, but sometimes you can hear a siren go past because we're on a main road here, and that can sometimes be off-putting.
It was the way the eye just flicked to the left. It was as if like a fly
53.
or something just sort of went past at the worst possible moment for Neil Duff. But it wasn't the worst possible moment, actually, because he's got loads of time. He's had 2 visits, and he's still got another one.
He's got nothing but time in this leg.
60. Neil Duff, 60.
Although Adrian Gray has left himself for the finish, but it is 150. And he's not going to get a look at it because we're going to go the distance in this match.
5th and final leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
So we go all the way to a last leg decider. Adrian Gray with the darts.
$36.
Big leg this. If Adrian can win it, then he'd keep himself in and amongst it. And his legs difference is okay. He'd be on +1. And so effectively, he's just gonna have to try and outdo Steve Beaton's final result. But the problem that he's got is Steve Beaton has marked Dudbridge, although Dudbridge has already beaten Adrian Gray today. But that's the only win that Flash has accrued.
$100. $60. $100. $133.
Well, he's halved the score effectively.
Yeah, left it quite handy. A finish he's already taken out today, the 132, when he was trying to mount a comeback against Mark Dudbridge. Neil Duff unable to leave anything. He may not even need to go for the bullseye here. We may see him just persist on the 20s. Yeah, sensible play. Just looking to leave his favourite.
100.
He's guaranteed 3 darts had it. This is a dream position for Adrian Gray, and a great bounce back after what was quite a major setback in the last game.
And a bounce back in this game, which was a match that he
32.
saw himself paid back. He looked like maybe he's in a spot of bothering. But he's managed to conjure something up in this last leg. And he's conjured up a crucial 2 points. He's beaten Neil Duff by 3 legs to 2 as we head into the final round of fixtures on this Friday afternoon. He knows he's still in with a fleeting chance, but Steve Beaton is looking at a big win here. And actually, if he can win this match by 3 legs to 0 against Mark Dudbridge, his legs difference and the 12 points would be good enough to send him through to tomorrow night's final. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to approach the final round's worth of action in this Group C. These are the results on the 12 games prior. And so this is how the table looks going into round 5 of 5 for the day. Neil Duff, 14 points to his name. Well, he is safely through to the final tomorrow night. Steve Beaton, Adrian Gray and Simon Whitlock are all on 10. A 3-0 win here for Steve Beaton would mathematically qualify him through to the finals. He's made hard work of it. I think that's fair to say. And he takes on Mark Dudbridge in this 13th match of the session. It's a meeting between second and bottom of the group, but Mark Dudbridge has shown signs of improvement on this Friday in comparison to some of the numbers that he chucked in on Thursday. This may not be the foregone conclusion that maybe it would have been yesterday. And for Steve Beaton,
game on.
If he can win big and he can secure his qualification through, I think he'll be relieved more than anything.
80.
It looked almost but certain, didn't it, that he was going to be getting his way through, and he's ended up drawing himself into a battle. That was due to the slow start, and maybe Mark Dudbridge not the prospect that he was at the start of the day, certainly since he's started picking up the pace within the action. A visible change, a notable change, and it's working.
97.
But the one problem he's got there is he's taking on here the ultimate picture of consistency in Steve Beaton.
Can even somebody of Steve Beaton's experience
58.
panic at this present moment?
No, not Steve, but look, this isn't going to make Steve
77.
Beaton panic. Yes, he wants to be here on Saturday night, but it's very different. It's the context of who we're talking about. You know, if we're looking at an ADC qualifier, a young player on the way up, you know, all these different things, then yes, we might get that situation where we see the panic, but not for Steve. Like, this isn't the making of his career, shall we say.
84.
It's not like he's on a big journey. So, yes, he wants to be here on Saturday night, but it's not going to feel like he's lost something. It's not going to feel like a big miss.
180.
Well, that's a tiny maximum art to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12 and
96.
possibly break the Beaton throw. Double top. 2 10s. And this would mean that automatic qualification wouldn't be possible for
50.
Steve Beaton.
Supercar 67.
And there is actually a possibility where this group could be decided by averages.
47.
And that could be a floating possibility if Dudbridge takes out this double 5.
Getting shown the
Well,
first
Steve
leg,
Beaton
Mark
cannot
Dudbridge.
now automatically qualify here. He can win this game and
Second
then
leg,
he's
Mark
got to have a look at the
first.
results
Game on.
elsewhere. So, Adrian Gray has to better Steve Beaton's result in the final round's worth of fixtures. So that means if he beats Simon Whitlock 3-0,
36.
providing Beaton wins 3-1, then he would go through.
160.
Well, that's a perfect start for Steve Beaton. And also, Steve loses this game. Whitlock and Gray play one another, so Steve Beaton would be out.
177.
So this is effectively a cup final for Steve.
99.
And nobody thought Steve Beaton wouldn't qualify for Saturday. And if he doesn't, there's going to be a lot of people
60.
wearing mullets in here that will be very, very disappointed.
140.
But what I will give him credit for is, just like in his previous match, he's serving it up. I mean, he lost his previous game. An average of 93.
Supercar 102.
He's averaging 97 here.
62.
Can't say he's not gone down without a fight and without playing well, but it just may not be enough.
Bringing the best out in people, isn't he, Stephen Beaton?
Well, you can tell he's in trouble because you just called him Stephen.
Supercar 40.
Double 10, but this has been the component which hasn't quite
Being
gone
shown
to
the
plan, the
second leg,
doubling.
Steve Beaton.
But Beaton's found that one for a 14 darter, back level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. No score.
That's why we love this double start format.
No score.
Drama. That's the best way to describe what we're seeing unfold right
75.
now. Sporting drama.
No score. $100.
Well, this was Steve Beaton, was everything he would have wanted. He's now got a leg where
32.
he's got a bit of a free pass. Dudbridge was unable to get off till dart 9. And what's going to be his final match of the week?
100. $137. $21. $30.
Well, Mark chatting away to himself, not happy about something.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be saying anything positive, will he? 15 darts thrown, and he's still in the 300s.
96.
Steve Beaton will be delighted with this scenario. He needs this, a bit of breathing room, a bit of comfort.
He puts in 2 within 1.
124.
And maybe he had the opportunity
Supercar
here to actually win this game
109.
3-0, which would have been enough to have sent him into the final. But he's got time and space.
52.
And Crucial's going to come back for a single to double. We didn't want to mess about with something which may only need something at the end. Particularly because if Dudbridge could have found something big, it would have made
41.
life more awkward than perhaps it needed to
Supercar
have been.
57.
So tops, and now 10s.
Game shown the
2
third
on
leg,
Beaton.
Steve
He's a leg away from putting himself into the clubhouse
Fourth
second
leg match to
position.
throw first. Game on. No score.
And Mark Dudbridge is beginning to miss and miss with regularity again. Beaton has to pounce.
36.
Finds a double with his last dart to the first visit.
$36. $47. $43.
Well, Beaton's got to try his best to crack the
60.
code here. And it does feel like both players are stalling at the same time. Maybe hit a bit of a
57.
psychological wall and they're just trying to eke out whatever's left of the tank that they've got, which must be running close to empty, particularly Steve Beaton, who's been here for 5 days.
140.
Well, he may need to refuel it. He may need to fill it back up because he may be coming for the ultimate race, and that's the Saturday night one. Because he's going to put himself in a very
45.
strong position here, you feel.
Well, he's got 6 starts and 2 on 8 to complete a 3-1 victory.
140.
78 left. Should get a dart upon his return at least. For Mark Dudbridge, an improved day today.
40. Steve Car 78.
But he's going to end at the bottom. Beaton, hoping to be here tomorrow night. Double top
Gain from
goes,
the
but
match,
it's a
Steve
waiting game for the bronze Adonis. He wins by 3 legs to 1 against Mark Dudbridge. And so, he now needs Simon Whitlock to do him a favour in terms of winning a leg against Adrian Gray. If he does so, he's through to tomorrow night's finale. And we're going to watch game 14 of our session after this commercial break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve Beaton beat Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 1. Now, what that means is this. Simon Whitlock is out, but he can also send Steve Beaton through. So if he wins 1 leg here against Adrian Gray, then the bronze Adonis will be into Saturday night. And somehow, the 2 players that start at the top of the pile, despite all the drama, will be the 2 that make it through to the finals tomorrow. For Adrian, well, he's pretty much riding on the coattails now, pretty much on the cusp of elimination.
Simon to throw first.
Now, the only way actually he can make it
on.
through now is through the averages, because every other metric's level. +4 in terms of legs difference. It'll be the same legs won. Same head-to-head too. It go down to the
No score.
averages.
$108.
We're not changing the MO here, Matt, interestingly. And he's away with the 5th dart.
29.
Yeah, just to change his strategy. We see it a few times. So with Leonard Gates, didn't we? He changed quite a lot.
100.
Sort of changed game on game. Didn't really have one sort of fixed procedure. 1 minute it's on the 14s, then it's on the 19s, then it's on top
39.
16s. But he did say that for him, a lot of it's done on feel. And I get that. Sometimes if you've got a plan, you try and rigidly stick to it rather than
140.
doing what at the time may be for the best.
$134. Adrian 153.
Well, Adrian 153 to take out the opening leg. He's got 6 darts from here.
39. $41. Adrian 114.
So Gray looking at 114 to take the opening leg against the throw. He's going to get a dart. A double top.
94.
Just underneath, but he has got time on his side.
$78. Adrian 20.
2 10s. Step 1 of the
Gains
journey
on
of
the first
1,000
leg,
miles for
Adrian
Adrian Gray.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
He leads 1-0. Now, I can tell you that yesterday,
No score.
there's absolutely nothing to separate the two in terms of averages. Steve Beaton was 80.6. Adrian Gray, 80.47. But today,
No score.
obviously Adrian still to play this game. Averages of 88.78, 81.21, but the 65.21 against Mark Dudbridge could be the one that costs him. And he then had an average of 79.28. By way of comparison, Beaton's had a 70.28, 79.18, 82.85.
No score.
93.42 despite defeat. And that could actually be the thing that wins it for him, is a good average of defeat. And 80.43 in that last game against Mark Dudbridge.
134.
Well, Whitlock eventually up and
60.
running with dart 8 of the leg.
And the damage been done. Adrian Gray got a lead.
60.
And they felt like darts where he just thought straight 60. Just hit the straight 60, force Simon to hit a max.
100. $100.
Much more aggressive there. Adrian Gray gets the reward. The reward here is time. Minimum 6 darts here.
22. Adrian 118.
Most likely to be 9.
Left and plenty of time.
Doesn't need to try and force this one by. Could just go for the settle play up to try and find a way in. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it, for
94.
players? When you've got a chance to take something out, you're going to still try and get there when you may have been better off just using it as a free setup shot. He's earned the right, he's earned the luxury.
There's no luxuries anymore.
Hedrick 24.
And 180 means that Whitlock's on a finish.
Getting shot on the
Irrelevant
second
anyway,
leg,
Gray 2-0
Adrian
up.
Gray. Third leg,
Well,
Simon
Matt,
through first.
that
Game on.
possibility of averages determining who goes through is very much a live possibility now.
No score.
Has happened before. Chris Hurds famously picked Ryan Finesse to the post.
$32.
And that was a dramatic afternoon, which went into the evening.
55. $180.
I'll tell you what, taking this leg out cleanly, it could actually be the difference. It's that close.
97.
Real good reaction as well from Adrian Gray, isn't it?
125.
Really serving it up here to Simon Whitlock, who can't leave a finish even with a maximum. Adrian Gray's 6 starts.
100. Adrian
For a
Carr,
3-0 victory.
He might want to, I mean, I don't know whether he knows the scenarios, but he would have gone for the ball, I reckon, because, just to up the average. But he's left tops after 12. He's averaging 91.5. And I know he's got a lot of space in this leg, but it's pivotal he takes it straight away. Pivotal. Double 10. And after 10 games apiece, there's absolutely no separating factor between Steve Beaton and Adrian Gray. And so after all of that, averages will dictate who will go through. We'll confirm that to you as soon as we possibly can. But that's the turn of the tape from that match. Adrian Gray beating Simon Whitlock by 3-0. We're now going to dot the I's and cross the T's and confirm to you who is going to make it through. Whilst we do that, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, it's Neil Duff against Keegan Brown.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adrian Gray got the better of Simon Whitlock by 3-0. That meant after 10 games apiece, Adrian Gray and Steve Beaton won 12 points, plus 4 in terms of the legs difference, 23 legs won, and they couldn't be separated by their own personal head-to-head. So, it was then dictated to by the averages, and it was close. But it is Steve Beaton who has made it through by 0.7 in terms of the averages into tomorrow night's final. Beaton averaged 81 over the course of his 10 games in the group. Adrian Gray, 80.3. That was how closely contested it was, but it is the Bronze Adonis that has made it through to tomorrow night's finale. We're going to finish off with a meeting between Keegan Brown and Neil Duff. Neil through safely to the finals, and not quite sure what they're having a discussion about before we get underway. Maybe they're talking about carpet tiles. The weird and wonderful world of darts. And now Paul Hinks is having a conversation about... Well, whatever it is, just confuse the pair. And the conversation goes on. What are you having for dinner, lads?
First leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Must be hard there for Adrian Gray to take that, considering that he's probably only missed out by the matter of a dart or two.
No score.
That might not even be in legs that he's not actually even won, just an extra score on a leg you've lost, getting in a dart earlier.
32.
If he took out the 164 on that last leg, by the reckonings of the people that do all the totalations here, they reckon that would have been enough for him to have made it through. That is how tight it was. But another incredibly
85.
dramatic afternoon. You think this afternoon's dramatic? Well, why don't you have a look at tonight? Because everybody's on the same number of points. 4 apiece for all 5 players. And we'll be back underway from
43.
10 o'clock in the evening to see how Group B comes to a close.
$46.
You never know. We could have a scenario where this group could be decided on averages, and tonight we could have all 5 players on 8 points.
180.
And I know for a fact the producers will absolutely love it if that happens. Because
60.
it means there's going to be a lot of totalation and calculation, particularly if legs difference is an equal measure.
44.
Been a good campaign overall, though, for Neil Duff, hasn't it? This is a good one to assess.
34.
Dropping into this group of a Group A. Said he wants to tick boxes, didn't he, in his interview at the end of yesterday? And one of the boxes he has
98.
not ticked is picking up one of
138.
these Specials Week's titles. He's got a chance.
$80. Neil the car, 36.
Double 18. In it
Each on the
goes,
first leg,
and
Neil.
Duff leads 1-0.
Second leg, Keegan to throw first. Game on. No score.
Well, an accident, but it doesn't matter for Neil Duff.
39.
Well, Keegan
71.
ending the week here. What do you think he'll take from the last couple of days?
Honestly, I think disappointment. I think
100.
he wanted more, expected more. He'll be certainly looking forward to having a chance at a standard week here at the Super Series. The levels this week have been incredible, haven't they? It's been a very good week. Glittering
42.
CVs of the players. Makes it very, very tricky to come here on debut. And yeah, I think a normal week will probably suit him better. Give him an opportunity to get into it. Maybe play a Group
100.
A first. And that could be a real key. We see now that it benefited the players, didn't we? The Group A players. At the start of this Group C campaign, all the Group A players coming in with 3-0 wins.
140. $132. $137. Near the car, 130.
130 for Duff to open up a 2-0 lead in this game. The ball. Can I have a little glance over at the scoreboard to see what Keegan was on, and that 137 turn last time out has left him on 111. He's going to get a dart. The ball after that slip, that mistray.
86. Near the car, 25.
Two eights.
Getting shot on the second leg.
2-0 Duff. He's got the breaker throw, and he may have broken the back of Keegan Brown.
Third leg, Neil to throw first.
Well, it's all jovial between the pair.
Game on.
Duff away first time.
120.
Good start as well. Looks like he's just beginning to put the hammer down here, Keegan. You're not... No, you're Matt, not Keegan.
No score.
You all right?
I'm not.
140.
I need to go and have a lie down in a darkened room after this is done. I'll tell you what, Keegan Brown may need a lie down in a darkened room in a minute.
No score.
Because he could be on the cusp of being brushed.
$83.
He's on a finish. And Keegan has avoided his embarrassment.
79. Near the car, 158.
So 158 for Duff to complete a 3-0 win over Keegan Brown.
134.
He said he wants to win every game. He wants to make a statement, wants to make an impact, set himself up for Saturday night. This would be a perfect way to do it.
Neil
Potential
Carr,
13
24.
darter for Neil Duff.
Well, that's a slip. So one dart in his hand at double eight.
Game shot
The
and
double
match,
trouble
Neil Duff.
one champion is looking to reclaim his crown. Neil Duff comfortably into Saturday's showpiece, and he wants his title back. He's beaten Keegan Brown comprehensively 3-0 to round off Group C. We're going to have some advertisements now, and on the other side of the break, we're going to hear from Steve Bean. He's going to be with myself and Matthew Edgar in the Pluto TV studio. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lavanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had a really dramatic Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for just a second time, a Group C has been decided by overall averages in the group. Neil Duff, well, he made life quite comfortable for himself. He's through as the winner of Group C. But the last spot was between Adrian Gray and Steve Beaton. There was 0.7 of a point in it, and it was Steve Beaton that in the end that managed to get his way through. Now, he had an average of 81 over the course of the 10 games, whilst Adrian Gray had an average of 80.3 over the course of his 10 matches in that group. A dramatic afternoon. Steve Beaton's with us here in the commentary box to talk all about it. Have you got any words to describe how this afternoon's gone? Because it was quite a crazy one, wasn't it?
Well, obviously the day didn't start off like I thought it was going to start off. You know, it's been a long week, and like you come in all positive and everything, and I lost the first 2 games. Suddenly we're all in the same boat then, aren't we? And it weren't because I actually thought once I'd beat Mark that I was through, and then they were saying, well, yeah, but if Simon loses 3-0, then it's on averages. I'm thinking, oh, geez. And then I'm thinking, how have I played during the day? Because you obviously don't see the averages anyway when you're playing. But yeah, then I was, and then AD had a 90 average on his last match, and I'm thinking, well, that's curtains for me. I was surprised that I got through, really.
How horrible is that then? Obviously, you've won your game, then you're having to sit in there, and it's not like in a normal scenario where like legs differences coming into play. That it's such an external factor that nobody's really able to work out, and it takes obviously our producers here about 5 minutes to work out themselves.
Well, yeah, it was a new one for me. I'd never known this. I thought, well, it was just on legs, but obviously we must have been level on legs and everything, and that was a new one, but. Like I said, his 90 average against Simon Whitlock, he played really well in the last match, and I thought, well, cool, that looks a good average. Over today, I thought, well, maybe because he has played well today. 80, fair play to him, he has played really well.
But it just goes to show here, Matt, every single leg counts.
And you don't realise until it comes around. I mean, there's so many deciding factors to get to where we was today. You've got the points, you've got the legs difference, you've got legs won, we've got head to head. There's so many different factors that we have to try and get through to get to where we've got. And then it wasn't even just every leg counts, it sort of became every dart, especially in this format, because there's probably a leg where Adrian might have lost it, where he was against the darts, he got off 8th dart, didn't really get anything scoring, didn't really think it affected it at the time. However, if he'd have got in and kept pace on that leg, that would have gave him the points on the average that got him over the line. That's how fine this one has come down.
When you're the person on the other side of it, even though it's something that we didn't quite know was going to be a scenario until right at the very end of the day, do you subconsciously, in the back of your mind, think, oh, but what about that leg there and that leg there? Even though at the time there was no consequence to that.
Well, I've been on the tour for a while. Steve's been on it forever, and he'll back me up on this straight away. When we're talking about dart player conversations, you go down for breakfast, you go anywhere, all you ever hear, isn't it? Well, if I'd have hit that double there, or if I'd have took this opportunity, like dart player conversations galore. Like everyone believes if you get a shot at a finish, that you should win the leg, and trying to put everyone with that mentality into a room is quite interesting.
Certainly was an interesting day for sure. I mean, we talk about the starts of the day. How would you assess the first two matches?
Well, I come in quite positive. You go up there and it just all goes out the window, and then the worst thing is when you can't get off, and that plays in your mind. And then when you're going for the treble 20, it's going to the treble 1 or the treble 5, and then you start getting frustrated, and it just builds up, and I knew yesterday's games, they bless them, all the 3 new lads that come in didn't play that well, and they were all up for it today. So I knew I was up for a game today. Whatever happened, they were all gonna kick off well. And I had Simon first, but obviously Simon's been here all week with me. But I knew that was going to be a tough one. But then I knew as the rest of the day went on that it was going to get tougher and tougher anyway. So it was just It's one and a double start it's only a short format. I wish it was best of 7 really. It's a shame it's only best of 5, but yeah, it is a short format, and you've got to get in, and that's the killer really.
Once you got the first one on the board, you think, right, now here we go, let's hammer home to the line.
Yeah, it was a big relief really beating Neil. I mean, Neil keeps beating me all the time, and his darts were collapsing again. I thought, well, this is great. I mean, the amount of times he's left his point in the dart, I don't know. So, but I keep saying to him, how many? He's only got 2 sets with him, bless him, and he has to keep repairing them and this lot. But yeah, once he started messing around, I thought, well, maybe this is a chance to get him here, and yeah, I was glad to beat him.
And particularly the point when that incident happened, Neil was 1-0 up in the game. He was playing fairly well. And we were kind of making the analogy in the commentary box. It was a little bit like a football game where a team trails 1-0, but then suddenly there's a red card, and it just felt like that maybe there was just a little bit of an equaliser there. Well,
yeah, I could see how he was getting frustrated himself. He doesn't really want his point left in the dartboard, does he? He's got 2 different sets of darts as well, so he couldn't just swap one dart over. It was a different set. So... but yeah, I mean, it was happy days for me because maybe that gave me the break really today. But yeah, you get games like that, and like every time we play each other, we always have a tough one. And I know now we'd definitely be in 2 halves anyway. So I'm looking forward to Saturday. I'm going to just come in straight away now and head up, get on with it.
How much are you enjoying this rivalry between you and Neil? We had Neil in the studio yesterday, and he was saying how much he's been relishing the games against. Is there a little bit of a rivalry between you two really beginning to emerge at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, we've got great friends. We went out for a curry on Tuesday. We know how each other plays, and it was the same with every player, really. But yeah, I don't know what it is. We always seem to have a tough one, and I look forward to playing him, really, because I know I'm up against a decent player, and he's not going to give me an inch, and well, that's the whole reason you play darts, really, is because you don't want easy game. You want to be tough, and I've been pushed today. I've been pushed, really pushed, and I honestly thought when it was coming down for averages, I was going home. I honestly thought I was going home today.
You mentioned Saturday night. Last time you were here, also, you came close. You got to the final, you lost to Rich. Does that serve as a bit of motivation to go one better this time?
Yeah, it was a bit of an eye-opener from being very quiet all the time, and then suddenly you got a crowd in here. It was, they're right in your face, really, and it's the sort of thing you got to get used to. But no, it's a learning curve, isn't it? You got to get used to that, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow night. Actually, I really am.
Well, Steve, many congratulations. Your work is done here for the day. Myself and Matt have got a bit more work to do in the studio. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, there'll be more reaction and analysis to today's action.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. .32, Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
.26, Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
.40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
McGuire,
gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
.59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Just a summary of what we've watched on this Friday afternoon. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Keegan Brown by 3-0 in the final match of the session. Neil Duff made it through, as too did Steve Beaton, but he had to do it via the route of averages after every other metric to determine the players was level. Now, we can now have a look at this. Now, as you can see, Steve Beaton and Adrian Gray on 12 points, +4, 23 legs won. The overall head-to-head between the players this week was also split equally. And so the only way that the players could have been determined and decided was by their overall averages. Steve Beaton, over the course of his 10 matches, well, he averaged 81. Meanwhile, Adrian Gray had an overall average of 80.3. So a 0.7 point split saw Steve Beaton progress through at the expense of Adrian Gray. And so the Bonds Adonis, by the narrowest of margins, has made it through to the finals on Saturday. Now, as you can see, Steve has departed us. We've let him go and prepare for tomorrow night's action. Matthew Edgar is still alongside me here in the studio. 7 darts, we've been told, was the separating factor between the players. We've had close groups, but I've never known anything as tight as that.
And the story's not over. We said this week would be tight. The extra factors, the short formats, you know, there's not as many variables in there, and obviously the quality of the players being so level. However, we've also got a session tonight. And that session tonight, everybody's level on points and they're separated by 5 legs. We're saying how rare this is today, but I think this is just setting up for what could be another staircase up in the unthinkable.
How is Adrian Gray going to be feeling? How is he going to rack his head around this?
He'll be disappointed, but I think you can pin it on that one game, the third game, when he took on Mark Dudbridge. He fought hard towards the end, but he never really landed a blow. Didn't really find too many trebles, struggling to get in. He took out the 1-3-2 finish that gave him a bit of hope, then went up and missed darts to get in the next leg again. So he will evaluate that one. All the great work he did today, beating the other 4 players and the way in which he did it, that'll be the one where he pins it on and says, I let it slip.
Amidst all that, we've completely forgotten the dominant nature in which Neil Duff just comfortably went through this group with.
And after a disappointing Group A campaign, he's done this before, hasn't he? He's not going to worry about that. He sat up here yesterday and said the main thing's get to Saturday. He's there. He's won the group. He wants to pick up one of these titles, but, I mean, Saturday's already shaping up good, isn't it? Leonard Gates already through. Steve Beaton through. Now Neil Duff through. You know, but there was an interesting thought, wasn't there? And that was, I think Tuesday you asked me the question. You said, how many of the players that played in Group A will be here on Saturday? Because we said this was arguably the greatest Group A we've ever had. And we've said that about all the groups. We said this could be the best group we've ever seen. Well, at the moment, it's 100% in regards to Saturday night's lineup is people that took part in that Group A, which just goes to show how strong the darts were we saw Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday here.
If you think this afternoon's dramatic, all 5 players in Group B are on 4 points overnight. Now, I don't know if you've ever watched The X Factor, Matt, but there could be a possibility that tonight all 5 players could be on 8 points, and I might be going full Dermot O'Leary, basically with the 5 players on stage saying, right, you're through, you're not through, you're through, you're not through, because anything could possibly happen in this group, and the legs difference is very tight, particularly between the top 4.
I mean, that would be a great way to end the show. It'd be different, wouldn't it? Like, line them all up. Yeah, you're in, you're not. But I think that some of the players in that group are thinkers and they'll work it out. And the problem is, even if you don't want to know, if there's one person in that practice room who wants to know and they're a bit of a thinker, they'll do it out loud and they'll pass on that information. It's quite hard to avoid. The only way that you sort of avoid it is if everybody's of the same and they just put the laptop down, don't want to know the scenario. I think that's the best way to approach it tonight, because there's so many different possibilities. No one's going to be happy or comfortable with that.
Right, we shall get ready for tonight's session and we shall do it all again. Matt, thank you so much for your company as ever this afternoon. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and tonight. I'm getting ahead of myself in terms of tomorrow. The Legends League will continue with a rerun of our Vault series on the other side of this short break, a session involving some of the stars of the sport. That will be coming up next. Later on tonight, we're going to be returning 10 o'clock this evening to see how Group B is going to come to an end, where all 5 players find themselves on 4 points. But that is it from us here on a dramatic afternoon at the Live Lounge. The Bonds Adonis is through, but by the barest of all margins. Bye from us.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
excellent of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's enough